Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. We are meeting in person while observing safety precautions. The meeting is live streamed on YouTube for the public, so may observe. Welcome to everybody. I want to thank the Kansas Association of Independent and Religious Schools for hosting a board member virtual panel this morning. We appreciate the opportunity to work with them. I want to acknowledge that this is Black History Month. Being raised in the Jim Crow South, that was a great deal of lack of my education was Black history. So I called my mentor on that subject yesterday, a person that many of us know and have worked with, Carolyn Campbell, because Carolyn Campbell, who is still working in the Senate Minorities Office during Black History Month, will showcase a person that was significant every day. And so I asked her to tell me who today's was. And so I would like to talk about Lucinda Todd. Many of you may know who Lucinda Todd is. I did not. Lucinda Todd was born in 1903 near Pittsburgh, Kansas, and was a graduate of Pittsburgh State University and was a school teacher. At that time when she got married people couldn't teach. So she moved to Topeka, where she became a activist for civil rights. She discovered that she had a daughter, Nancy. Nancy wanted to wanted to play a musical instrument, but at that time in Topeka, only the white schools had musical instrument programs, and the black schools did not. So she advocated for music to be available, for instrumental music to be available in the black schools, and was successful at that. And as a result, she was able to, her daughter Nancy was able to play in the orchestra and later professionally became a music therapist. It also allowed Carolyn Campbell to play in the Topeka High School Orchestra several years later. If you read the list of people who were plaintiffs in the Brown versus Board of Education, there was one man, Oliver Brown, and 13 women, and alphabetically the last woman in that group was Lucinda Todd. So she not only had made a difference as far as education, equality of education for those of us on this panel who are musicians, she also made a significant contribution to the musical opportunities for students in Kansas. And I wanted to recognize her and thank Carolyn for providing that information for me as we recognize Black History Month. This is also something that is of interest to us, is that this is Career and Tech Ed Month, and we want to also be aware that we are very supportive of Career and Tech Ed as we move forward to make opportunities available for students. I want to acknowledge that all board members are present today in the room. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, will you please join me for a moment of silence? Thank you. Will you please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's agenda has been provided. Are there any suggested changes? Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question, if we can pull it when we talk at 4 o'clock about the consent agenda item on H and I. So we can just pull those for discussion at H and I.
Okay, we will do that. And I want to ask the policy committee, when I was visiting with our former chair, we have both been inconsistent over the past years. We're gonna do that, but we're not sure about the policy relating to taking things off the consent agenda, whether or not that needs approval, and also whenever we add something to the agenda, the approval process. So I'd like for you to, at least at the policy committee level, discuss those issues to see if there's because we want to be consistent. I know I was inconsistent the last time I was chair, and I just want to make sure that we have guidance and policy related to that. Okay, with the pulling of those two issues for discussion, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Dina moves to consent agenda. Is there a second? Ben Jones seconds I don't mean consent agenda, I mean the agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Are there any corrections or additions to the January minutes? If not, a motion would be in order to approve. Jim McNeese, second by Dina Horst. All in favor, raise your hand. And the motion carries. This time, we welcome the commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's great to see all of you. I know some of you had long drives and maybe perilous drives at times with the weather. And, if there's good news, we may be at the peak for warmth for the next 10 days, right? It may just get worse. So first, I'd like to share with you, I'm going to kind of highlight several things for you that you're going to be looking at over the next 2 days. But you may not have seen this. This is the official new map of the state board. And we've got our new members, Melanie and Betty, looking good. And that doesn't mean that the veterans, we never refer to anyone as old. I've learned that when we go to faculty, veterans, that you guys look good too. So thank you for the communications department and getting that up and ready for everyone. And I want to welcome you. So there's several parts to what I'm going to talk about today. And I'm really giving you an overview of which we're going to go deeper. But one of the things that's been brought up by several people in the last couple of weeks that we're going to review, we were going to spend a whole day, basically tomorrow, on the board's vision and goals and outcomes. We're still going to do that. But we've got some other things that are a little bit more time sensitive. But when you look at the vision and then the definition of a successful high school student and the board goals, those three items together in concert make up where we're going to go. So obviously the vision, and as we talked about, there are three distinct parts of this. And I'll go over more with this. Lead the World is a metrics, is a very defined, higher standard than any other state in the country has set. Graduation rate, higher. Academic achievement, higher. It's the highest overall in the state. The success, meaning we know that the success of Michelle's kids who are in school right now, or my kids that aren't, but my grandkids or, whoever we have, is a multitude of factors, all right? And that each student was our equity demand, that each student. It's very purposeful, and we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Here's the definition. And those 4 areas, it says very clearly, you need all 4 of those to be successful, then to go on to post-secondary attainment without remediation. So academic, yes. Employability skills, we call those interpersonal skills. So we'll go over more of that tomorrow, about 20 minutes, but it's important. Civic engagement has been the first and forefront in your in your outcomes for a long time. We have a major change in navigating change, and it may be getting close to the end of the changes for navigating change. I don't know. But what's been interesting, our health professionals have been working on this since November and have come together. You know who those people are. The University of Kansas Medical Center, the KU Center of Pediatrics in Wichita, the Kansas Academy of Family Physicians, the Kansas chapter of the American Pediatric Association, and then health professionals and epidemiologists and doctors from Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Now, I have to let you know when we meet with them, which used to be twice a week, it's now down to once a week, they don't always agree. I know it's hard to believe that they would have differing opinions as they look at data and they discuss what to bring you as policy. What I've told them from day one is give me a way to open schools safely. And that's been our debate, right? Everyone debates that. No one disagrees really with that statement. We disagree on the nuances of what those are. What's open school look like? Is that everyone? What's safely look like? And they don't always agree. But what we bring you is what they all agree on. So it's the consensus of those medical professionals. Well, and I can just give you an example, they're still really discussing quarantining and testing and the relationship between the two as to when, to allow people to come back, etc. So what I'm bringing to you today is the consensus of this group. It has on it medical doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, epidemiologists, and public health officials that have their master's degree in that. That's who makes it up. So here's one of the things they looked at. Recent study, I think many of you have seen this in the news, came out of Wisconsin, and it measured rural schools. And that's why they really liked this study, because it really kind of spoke to Kansas. And you can read this and you'll have this, afterwards. But basically, they looked at 17 rural schools in Wisconsin over 13 weeks. And if they followed certain protocols, the basic outcomes were kids and adults were not transmitted the disease during school hours. It was, you can see, 7 out of 4,876 students were known to get COVID during school time, less than 1%, and 0 staff members over that 13 weeks got the virus at school. So that was a major piece of the data that they were looking at. The other piece of the data, and this is February 1, so right before Groundhog Day, so we're a little bit in arrears, February 1. But the veterans on the board will remember when the recommendation came to open elementary schools, they were looking at this data also. And I'll talk about the change. As of February 1, 3.8% of cases are with young kids, 0 to 9. Where was that in November? Because we've been going to school with elementary pretty much since then. It has gone up. It's gone up 0.6%. It was 3.2, and now it's 3.8. Older kids, middle school and high school, make up 7.8% of the cases. And from the studies in Kansas, it seems that the transmission of both of those in a school environment is low. So, as you know, it's a matter of risk reward that the medical people are looking at. The safest thing you can do is stay at home and go nowhere. That really lowers almost to zero. But there's problems with that, right? So you're balancing what is the risk if we go back to school versus the drawbacks of not being in school. That's what they wrestle with. And they're saying, this is what they're saying. If we do the masking, the stu cohorting, transmission risk within schools appears to be very low. Is it zero risk? No. But it appears to be very low if those mitigation things are in place. Therefore, that team is recommending to you to change navigating change gating criteria to allow for middle schools and high schools to be in person or hybrid, even when the county is in red or orange or any other status. But you need to follow the following criteria. So I always smile when I say that because, this is guidance. Michelle and I have this conversation probably weekly because people ask the question. And very few school districts follow your guidance exactly because they modify it. So I bring it to you as a package. The headline that someone's going to write is, schools should be open, or schools shouldn't be open with guidelines. The truth is, they're saying both. Schools should be open, but there are things that you should do to keep that risk low so that the transmittal doesn't go on in schools. You'll see this is very similar to the elementary. First, you should keep people for the majority of the day 6 feet apart. That is extremely hard to do in a high school of 2,000 kids. It's extremely hard to do. All right? So they said you can cohort, meaning put groups of 5 or less, and keep that cohort 6 feet apart. Again, you can rent facilities, you can spread out. We've used 501 as an example that's done that and been pretty successful. But that is one of the recommendations. Second, you need to do the ventilation requirements or guidance given in navigating change. And let me just highlight a couple of those so you don't have to go back and look those up. Bring in as much fresh air as possible, what we recommend. And I say we, it's of course the medical team and you've adopted. You should have during the school time, in fact, run it 24/7, just circulating the air through your HVAC system. So it'd be like at home, just turning it on, the blower on, and then of course it'll regulate the temperature. So that's one. Second, use MERV 13, that's a level, or above, because that tends to capture the virus. So I think MERV 16 or 17 I think it goes up to 20, but MERV 13 or above, and the ventilation systems. And then of course, we've got one running right here for, spaces here. So while we've got HVAC going, we've also got this going as another mitigation process, and that can be done too. Clean and sanitize surfaces. Often, there's specific guidelines on how to do that. As you see, today, Peggy will be cleaning this between every speaker. We've got hand sanitizer that we'll be providing for you as we go through, which is the next. Wash your hands every hour in schools or hand sanitize them if you can't go wash your hands. Talk about testing. This will be a major difference. And then, of course, we still may not be able to stay because of staff. And that may be a place where we just can't stay in school. So this is the major change, and this is the testing requirements. You say, why didn't we have this 3 months ago? Someone's going to ask you that question. Because we didn't have enough testing. Couldn't do it. I mean, there wasn't enough. There's enough testing to do this. So I'm going to go through it. Really keep again, rates down, and remove people that are asymptomatic before they start to spread. They're recommending test school staff twice a week. Test students that are in activities twice a week. Test students that work outside the home in, say, Dillon's or Walmart or a nursing home twice a week, and then any other staff that you want. Here's what they recommend. So, Betty, if you were a teacher, let's say at Wichita West, you would be tested twice a week with the Bionex Now, which is a spit on a card. And if you test positive, Ben, you would go for a second test, which is the PCR. And some people call that, this, we're going to scrape your brain, that one. If you test negative, you don't. But if you test positive, there's a verification of that. And the hope of the testing, similar to what the NFL has done, similar to what college sports have done, is to remove more quickly people that have the virus that aren't showing that they have the virus yet. It's an extra safety precaution. Quarantine remains the same that you adopted back in December, I believe. It's again, quarantine with testing or without, but it's a shortened down to days 7 and 8. There's no change there. And then this is just kind of a document that kind of shows, hey, if you do these things, then we can get back to school. So later on today in the chair's report, you'll be taking a look and voting on the changes in navigating change. But I just want to recap this part of it. It's the recommendation for middle schools and high schools to be back in session if those mitigation criteria are followed. And Melanie, it's guidance. So it's not dictating to Shawnee Mission or Cedarville, Kansas. You have to do it. It's saying this is the best guidance from those people I talked about that's bringing forward at this time. Now I'm going to pause there. I've got a few other things I want to share with you as a preview. But Mr. Chairman, maybe if there's any questions around this, and again, around 4:30 this afternoon, 4:30, we can go over this more in depth.
Or 8.
Just trying to give you more of a preview. Yes.
Okay. We haven't gotten the hand waving thing set up where I can dismiss things yet. So we're going to have to go old school. If you have questions, you're going to have to raise your hand, and I'll call on you. Ann. And then Ben.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What does cohorting look like in middle school and high school? I'm not even sure how that would work.
Well, you would want to keep those kids in the same classes and rotate teachers.
Really?
Yep. Unless you can spread them out, which is really difficult. In middle school and high school, because if you're going to go to class to class to class, you don't cohort because they differ. The
Yeah.
classes are different. You'd want the teachers to come to them.
I mean,
Or spread them out. Those are the
you
two
got
options.
chem lab and classes that, okay. Thank you.
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the concerns that I have, and you might get into this, so I might be ahead of myself, but the vaccines being rolled out, and the concern that I have, and I have it in my own home county, very rural of Rice County, but I've also heard it from my other rural counties, that vaccine distribution to rural counties has been slow, to say the best. You go to Reno County, and teachers have already got the vaccine. Rice County, we're getting about 100 doses a week, and they're just now getting they finally got it through the nursing homes, is where they're at. So the rural counties are far behind in terms of vaccine distribution. How does the vaccine come in any way, shape, or form on how you address this issue? And reopening through this, with that committee work, where did the vaccine distribution come into this, or did it take
The
was there a
vaccine
conversation?
it didn't weigh into this conversation at all. But in the next couple of slides, I'm going to talk about the vaccine if we can just wait. But in this discussion, though, Ben, it did not play into their decision making because they've been working on it since November. They didn't know what the vaccine distribution would be soon,
Yeah,
so.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Betty?
Okay, what my question is, when you list those mitigation steps, and if those are in place, then schools are safe to reopen.
Low
right?
risk is the way I would put it.
Okay, but it's with those mitigation steps in place. Yet, when you say this is just guidance, what concerns me is that the message is so convoluted. It sounds like schools are safe to reopen because there's low risk. Then you hear it's absolutely, or at least from the federal level, that these mitigation steps are in place. And there's no real guarantee. So, from my perspective, as a parent or someone that would work in the building, where is the fidelity or the sense that we are following guidelines to continue low risk when you hear on one hand, these are just for guidance. You hear many buildings saying, there's no way we can guarantee the sanitation, the social distance in our buildings, especially in an urban area. So I get kind of concerned just that the message is so mixed and so convoluted. How do we offset that?
Thank you, Betty. Back up to around Memorial Day, the Kansas legislature and the Attorney General deemed that every county health official and local district was going to decide this, and that the state board had no legal authority to mandate it. That's why it's guidance, Betty. So we're trying to give the best guidance, but every district has to look at that. That's why, we're not saying that every district could do these things, but there is money to try to help do these things, but it takes a lot of work. And, but when we talk about opening safely, this is what currently that group of medical people are saying is their best guidance to give to do that together. Now, locally, the county health official in Sedgwick County, in your area, or in Johnson, or in Gove County, has the legal authority to open and close schools. So does a local school board. You do not. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but that's why we say it's guidance, because there's no statutory authority for you to tell them how to do this. We're providing them broad sense of medical guidance, but you cannot force them to adopt this guidance.
Well, I think what I was getting at from a parental concern, from an educator or teacher staff concern, when you say that it's safe to open buildings or the risk is relatively low, what steps are in place to offer assurances that everything that should be done is being done? I hear a great deal of fear from teachers that, we're just being put in a high-risk situation. Many parents are not comfortable with sending their kids back to school. So if you open the schools, but you do nothing to help students, parents, staff to feel safe, then what have we accomplished? So that's just a real ball of wax or worms that I'm looking at right now.
So we'd be saying if Clearwater School, high school, opened, our guidance would be to follow every one of these protocols in order to open safely. That local board and that county health may not do that, but what we're saying is this guidance would indicate that.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Watson. So, we're already having emails sent to parents in our district. I think it was last week, maybe, might have been the week before, breaking it down as far as opt in, opt out, sign off on the testing. And so, as a parent, as I'm reading that, I can say, okay, if we don't do this, there's gonna be probably some risk at the school or more risk, and I have to gauge that as a parent, whether I wanna send my child. We don't have any issues at our household. The next door neighbor may have some issues.
Correct.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out is the freedom to choose the risk that we are willing to take to send our children to school.
Yes.
When we had that opt out, opt in, opt out, it was going to be random. It was going to be it wasn't like exactly how you had talked about the two. I mean, you had specifics in that other slide as far as twice a week, or if you're doing this, or if you have a job. Ours was random. It was just going to be random testing, but you had to volunteer for that. You couldn't. It wasn't going to be mandated by the district even. So those are the questions she talked about. Say, as a parent, we're making that. I mean, our kid plays football. We take that risk. It's voluntary, though. It's a voluntary
Right.
sport. It's not a curriculum or anything like that. So we take those risks so we feel like now seeing a year now from this virus, almost a year, we know what our risks are. We have a son that works 2 different jobs, and he's in a restaurant business and a gym. I mean, and he picked those up because he was home and he had lots of time on his hands. So he was able to do that over the summer, and so he's making a risk working those jobs. But he's also remote, he was remote or hybrid. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, talking about safety, the people that don't want to send their children to school or they don't want to work in that situation have to weigh that risk, knowing
Correct.
that district may not abide by all the guidance that we're doing.
That is correct, and that's
Yes.
very appropriate, that parents will have to determine, as that district either takes this guidance in its entirety or doesn't, what is the risk that district has put, and do I want to take that risk or not, and or stay remote? That
Or
would be,
virtual or whatever it
that's
may be.
correct.
So as far as like as far as adopting those guidelines, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. So a parent could choose to say that's just too risky, or they're not doing enough testing, or they'll decide what's safe or what's not safe. Are there there would still be options for those children to be home, correct? Or would they?
At least until we're outside the pandemic, yes.
Okay.
I mean, unless the local board decides to stop that, we're saying our guidance would still be to allow parents and families to choose remote through the pandemic if they don't feel it's safe, and to offer that. We haven't changed that guidance.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll finish up because I know times, and then we'll come back to this afternoon. Be happy to answer more questions for you. This then would be what the criteria looked like. It really changes at the top in terms of the gating criteria, and just like we talked about. All right, some dollars. So be talking about, and Craig and Brad will be talking about this in just a second, but I am establishing the Commissioner's Task Force on Oversight of 4 possible pots of money. ESSER 1. This is going to get really confusing, Dina. ESSER 1 is out of the gates. It happened in the spring. It was done in the first round. All right. ESSER 2, we haven't even gotten the money yet, but it was passed in December. And ESSER 3 is currently in the federal Congress waiting to be passed. There's also GEAR money, goes to the governor and then comes to us for the private schools. They'll go over this in more detail. I'm just giving you an oversight of it. The task force, 19-member task force. Why? There's nothing in law that requires this. The law says it comes to the state agency. We distribute the money. We've done that since 1965. What's different? 2 things. We're in a pandemic, maybe 3 things. We're in a pandemic. It is a lot more money than we're used to getting on that distribution, and the political nature in our state demands oversight. Those are the 3 reasons. 19-member, who will be on it? First of all, I've asked Mr. Porter to chair that, so there's a direct link to the State Board of Ed. And I've asked Janet as the vice chair to serve on that, and they've agreed. So that the state board shows the presence that you're in charge of this oversight. There will be superintendents, legislators, teachers, local school board members, business managers, and private school personnel represented in those 19 people. They will start their work before we're out of February to set the guidelines, and every expenditure that districts use relative to these sets of money will have to be approved by this task force before they can draw down the money from our agency over the next several years. Navigating next. You're going to hear about this in just a few moments. So we're transitioning. I think someone said after the last meeting, well, I thought Dr. Watson said we were going to be in a pandemic for a long time in December. We are. Have you noticed it's been a long time? I think Michelle said it's been almost a year. It's a long time. Navigating next, though, talks about as we come out of the pandemic, right? As we get vaccines, Ben, right? As we start to come out of this and give clear guidance to what schools should be doing and then how they're going to fund it. So this is just an example of the learning, and I don't know why that's blacked out. It wasn't on mine, but I'm just going to highlight a few things. Vaccinate your staff. That needs to be priority number one, a plan for vaccinating your staff. And Ben, I want to just say this. We have some rural counties that have vaccinated all of their staff, so it's not a rural urban. In Sedgwick County, they're not vaccinating very many, so there's an urban. But we have some private, I think you heard today, are doing really well. What's the difference? So phase 2, as you know, says vaccinate teachers. But then it goes to the county, and the county can determine how they allocate that. So my wife's an educator. She's been vaccinated in Harvey County, in Newton. Some others haven't. 60% of school districts reported on Thursday that they have started vaccinating teachers. We're going to survey them again tomorrow to find out how much. We are slightly ahead of schedule of where we thought we would be come mid-February on this. So that is the best news, even with the variants, because the vaccine proves really good against the variants in terms of hospitalization and deaths. You may catch it, but your likelihood goes way down. So you need a plan. For example, Dina, in Salina, the plan would be once we have the vaccines, Ben, as you were talking, who's on staff's going to get them first? Well, maybe Salina says, I want to do everyone over 65. I want to do teachers that have underlying conditions. I want to do teachers that are in special ed, so that when the vaccines come and Saline County says we have 200 and they call in and say who gets it, we have a list, right? We have a way to go distribute that. So that's number one. And then number two, I'll just give you a sense. We've got to take care of the class of 21. They leave us in 4 months. And what do we know about the class of 20? They did not go on to tech schools and colleges to the level of the class of 19 and 18. We've got to help families and kids make the transition from high school to wherever they want to go, military or wherever. I'm going to stop on that because you're going to get a lot of this information. But navigating next, vaccines and take care of the class of 21 would be what we would say the top 2 priorities coming out. And then again, ESSER money happened in the spring of 20, ESSER 2 money in 21, the GEAR private money, the spring of 21, that's right now, must be spent on pandemic-related expenses. I can't tell you how often I get a call from a vendor saying, hey, in Alabama, we've been doing some work and they've used their money for this. And I read the law and go, that is an inappropriate use of the money. And we're going to follow the law. We're going to strictly follow the law, which says spend it on pandemic-related expenses. I talked to a superintendent. I think I want to choose a new language arts curriculum. I said, for everyone in your school district? So it sounds great. And I want to use our ESSER money. That doesn't sound great. If you want to spend it, to work on kids that haven't done well and you want a specialized curriculum, that makes sense, right? Who's going to determine that? That task force I talked about. that will be public to everyone, and they can watch that. And federal law allows us to set aside 10% of those monies to use for state priorities within the pandemic, and Craig and Brad will talk about that. Recap then, civic engagement, as you saw, is a top priority for the board. You have it in your definition. Recommendation from our health professionals to come back with safety precautions, new guidance in navigating next, and an update on federal funding. And I know that's quick. Why? You're going to get an hour from these guys, and then tomorrow we're going to spend 2.5, 3 hours, as long as you need, because this is a lot of things coming at you. And and we're talking about timeliness of drawing down money and spending it on coming back to school. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I know I've raised more questions than I probably answered, but I'm just trying to give an overview of where we're really spending our time the next couple of days. And I appreciate your.
Yeah, this is not a question, but it's something that came up with our CARES this morning. I don't expect an answer right now, but one that they will be asking, and this deals with funding, or the gear money for private schools that are accredited, and they were asking, because CARES has numerous schools that are not accredited, and they were asking about those definitions and who is going to be eligible. I don't expect you.
And the answer is, by law, every private school is eligible to apply for the money,
Okay, so whether you're accredited or not is,
whether you're accredited, but priority will be given to poverty even in the private schools.
okay.
Yep.
So that's, I did not know the answer to that question, but that, they are going to be asking that, and I'm glad that you already, thank you very much. All of these issues are going to be discussed later in this meeting, today or tomorrow, so we will move on at this point, but there will be ample time. And whenever I talked about maybe not being through till 8 o'clock, I don't know that I was joking, so. I declare the Citizens Open Forum, Kansas State Board of Education, open at 10:40 a.m. State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. Because of mass gathering restrictions during the pandemic, only written comments were accepted for today's meeting. The public had the opportunity to submit written comments by February the 5th to be acknowledged. We're not going to read the comments, but they are available in your packet. Each one of them is available in your packet. Many of them, or several of them, have been sent to us individually before anyway, and I would encourage all of you to make sure that you read them. I'm going to acknowledge them. In your folders, Amber Cole, concerns about the social studies state test and standardized testing. Gail Withers, acceptance of Western Governors University Master's Program for certification. Kansas School Counselors Association for the National School Counselors Week. Kristen Palmer, concerns about declining test scores. Amanda Swart, concerns about hybrid learning model. And Melissa Messner, youth voting as a measure of the Kansas Can vision success. We appreciate the comments that we got. We will look at those comments and consider whether or not to that they become future agenda items. And I declare the Citizens Open Forum closed at 10:41. At this point, we're going to have discussion on navigating, just as we have been warned, we're going to have discussion of navigating next framework for school districts with Brad, Craig, and Bart Schwartz. I guess you're going to start, Brad.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the fair warning. And as we just to put some things into context, I'm going to start, and then we're going to have Bart Schwartz join us from Greenbush, and then Craig's going to take over. But just to put some things into context, when you go back to last May, and it was at 9 o'clock on a Sunday evening, and I had a conversation with 3 of our colleagues across the state, the 3 individuals that led the continuous learning task force. Our task to them was, in the event that school buildings are closed for an extended period of time, what guidance would you give? And they created in 72 hours the continuous learning guidance. Little did we know at that time at 9 o'clock on that Sunday night, they would be closed through May. In the month of May, we quickly brought over 200 people on the learning side and close to 100 with Craig on the operational side to work by the end of June 30th to bring to this board guidance on navigating change. And that was in the event in August, September, because our hopes were high that we would be out of the pandemic. Little did we know, here it is in February, and it's worse now than it was at any time that we were preparing over the summer. So, navigating next, as Dr. Watson shared, is our next approach to say, we've had extended almost a year now, where although the majority of our school districts have predominantly been in person, the majority of our students and staff are in communities that have been affected by in-person, hybrid, and remote. And in some of them, 100% of the time. So in December, we brought another team together and said, we've got to start working on some guidance to help our school districts as they come out of this pandemic. Again, guidance, what should they be considering as they come out of this? So the goal of purpose of navigating next is just to provide some concise, prioritized guidance to get them, what should we be doing today through the end of May? And what should we also be considering as we prepare for the 21-22 school year? And there's a lot in that. In addition, we didn't know until December there was going to be another round of ESSER II funds. That's 4 times what they got last spring. So there's guidance in here on how to use those resources for pandemic-related costs. And a lot of them may not even be thinking, so that's where all of this guidance aligns to. The first component is what Randy shared, and you should now have a copy. We wanted to get this out quickly to say, starting today, if you haven't already, in these 6 areas, you need to get teams together and start thinking about what are we going to do between now and the end of this school year, May 31st. We then took this, the arrows aren't working on the key, and we developed this. This is a guidance document that is aligned to these 6 areas, but takes a deeper dive into each one of them. You'll see this starting on page 4, but going into page 6 and on, it aligns and it's organized more in a manner. And again, this is deeper dive into planning for the remainder of this school year. So and it's in questions format. Have you considered this? Have you communicated with? Have you developed? Have you analyzed? And it's in question format. And it's intended to be a guidance document to help school districts pull their teams together and start asking themselves some key questions about, have we communicated with those students that just didn't re-enroll this year? How do we connect with them? What about the students that were enrolled but were disconnected and didn't attend? So it's just a lot of strategies just to help them think through what should we be considering between now and the end of the school year? The third component is where all of the resources will be. If you remember, going back to last July, as soon as the board approved the Navigating Change guidance document, we pulled a team together of about 60 individuals. Our staff, the service center staff, our technical assistance team, and we started working on how are we, because we knew all in-person learning, even for our staff working with teachers, wasn't going to happen. So we had to go online. So this board approved a contract with us to work with the Kansas Service Center Association to create the Kansas Teaching and Leading website. And everything on there, and we demoed it for you, was all about resources, professional development, grab and go, video modules, and we contracted with the Service Center Association to produce that, not only the website, but much of the content that's in it. So consent item number H, because at that time, we didn't realize that we would still be knee-deep in this pandemic. So we're asking to amend that contract to extend it to December of 31st of this school year to go in and do the Navigating Next portion of that. And so you can get a visual of it. I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now, and I'm going to invite Bart Schwartz. He's going to show you what consent item H is to support. And Bart, if you want to go ahead and share your screen, there we are. We can see it.
Just a second. There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I'd like to just spend a couple minutes showing you how we've tied the Navigating Next resources to support the guidance that comes in the document. So this is the Teaching and Leading Project website that we put together earlier in the year. And we've now added the Navigating Next categories that Brad was just talking about. So communication with families, assessing student learning, and each of those things. But as we worked on this, what we wanted to think through was a lot of our districts are going to be in different areas of how far they've progressed or what the challenges are that they're facing. So we wanted to provide an opportunity for districts to be able to think, where in this process do I need to jump in and what resources might I need to do that? So if I pull up just one of our sections here, which is academic delivery and support, we broke all of the resources that align with this into 3 areas. So what are the things that we can consider or do first? What are the things we can consider or do next? And then how can we dig deeper? That dig deeper piece is really how can we make sustainable change based on the things that we've learned and implemented and put in place this year. And then each of these are, what are those things that I might need to do right now to make sure that I can successfully have a plan to wrap up the school year? And then how can we start thinking about the summer and moving into next school year as well? So in each of those areas on the website, as we tie into, in this area, what can we do or consider first? There are resources that have already been added to the website. And they're broken into 2 different areas. We have grab and go resources. So that's stuff that they can print out. It might be research. It might be something they can just grab, take with them, and put into place. And then we also have video-based training resources that are all set up so that a person can participate whenever they want in kind of working through the information that's there. So if we scroll back here on the navigating page, in addition to being able to access those things this way, people can also scroll down and have a different way to be able to access those same resources. And then we built this page to be able to add the one-page guidance, the written guidance, maybe even a video introduction to the work and what takes place, so that in one place, people can access all of the different pieces related to navigating next. They can also sign up for upcoming live sessions. What we've asked a lot of our presenters to do is, if you've put a resource together that people can review at their own time, then we'd also like you to schedule a time for the people that watched that to be able to dig in, ask questions, think through how they might be able to implement things, and really personalize the training to them. And then we also have a place for people to sign up for the newsletter, which goes out every Monday and highlights with people what are the new resources that have been added, what are the topics that we're working on right now, what are key things that you might want to think about. And then finally, one of the things that I think really provides power to the website is we provide a template for all of the users that want to submit topics. So it helps give a consistent look and feel to all of the resources on the page. But more importantly, we ask all of the presenters not just to give information, but the template also includes sections where we encourage all of the presenters to say, now that you have this information, what can you do with it? So what can you take from the resources that you've looked at to really make impactful change in your school district? And the beauty of being able to do it that way is that people from all over the state, from all different types of organizations, have an opportunity to add resources to the website. There's an application process where they submit a proposal. There's a team of folks that review those proposals, and then people get sent information if they've been selected of here are the rules and the steps and the guidance to follow in order to be able to submit that resource. So I thought I'd show you to date, here is, and I know it's kind of small, but here are some things that are approved content that have already been developed and approved, and many of them have already been added to the site. In addition, just this week, here are additional proposals that we've received that are going through the vetting process right now. And then we've had 3 different groups or organizations that have already contributed content to it, which is service center staff from the 7 service centers across the state, from KSDE staff, just had a meeting with some yesterday that we're working on some resources, and then also some staff members at Kansas State University have also submitted some items for the site as well. And so with that, I might just pause and see if there are questions that we could answer about the site itself, or how it's organized, or how districts might be able to make the best use of that.
Hey, Bart, could you quickly show them what's in the educator resources, which was all the stuff from Navigating Change, and then also what we have in development with the early literacy? Just to explain to them that what's on there.
All right,
Hey,
Brad, would you like
Bart.
me to turn it back over to you? Oh,
Bart.
yeah, go ahead.
Could you quickly show them where all the Navigating Change resources that we continue to work on, that's in the educator resources, as well as just briefly talk about the early literacy link that is coming soon?
Absolutely. So when the Navigating Change guidance came out, the first set of educator resources we put together are these right here. And we just have them listed on this site as educator resources. So these are each of those areas that we showed you the last time this was presented at the board meeting. And we've continued to have those on here and continue to add resources to that as well. And then we've also been working, the literacy resources that KSDE has been working on are also going to go on here. We had a meeting about that just earlier this week, and I believe there are 12 different videos that are going to be added to this site here that help people think through the progression of implementing some of those supports and resources as well. And I believe these will be going on from our last conversation sometime in late March.
Do we have questions of Bart? I want to acknowledge Bart is also in charge of the Superintendent's Forum in Greenbush, and there are times when one afternoon, late in the afternoon, I'll contact him because I need to say something or visit with the superintendents, and the next day I'm on the agenda, and I appreciate your willingness to do that, Bart, and I think Ann does the same thing sometimes, and so we appreciate that opportunity that you give us. Ann.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for all you do, Bart. It's really fun to work with Greenbush. I was thinking, you told me that any teacher really can access this site, right, and get training, and that applies to both public and private teachers?
That's correct.
Okay.
People from all over the state, well, not only all over the state, but all over the country have actually accessed this. Every resource, Ann, that's on here is completely free to everyone to be able to use. And I might show you on here, we keep a counter on there. So to date, 5,417 people have been on there. 31 unique users have visited the site today. So that number continues to grow every day. And we also know that a lot of times districts have accessed one of those videos and shown those at staff meetings or department meetings so that they can engage people in discussion around some of those resources as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You
Chair.
bet.
Anything else?
And I will say you know, Bart is, it's always called Bart, but behind Bart is all 7 service centers. And, you know, one positive out of this pandemic is I've never seen so many Kansas educational professionals just drop everything to come together. And this is just an example of one collaborative effort. The resources we've used to fund this has been, we get a little bit of the ESSER administrative, and we try to turn that back around and create professional development and supports for the field during this time when we can't be there in person. So thanks, Bart, for sharing that. I'm going to reshare my screen. And again, these are the 6 areas there that when you saw on the Teaching and Leading website with the grab and go resources, they're all aligned to these in the guidance document. And that will be there for the next 2-3 years, if not more, just to continue to provide. Just this morning, I had Beth Foltz working with someone from a service center to do a production on how do you use your existing tools to assess learning loss. I have Chris Macy, who oversees our 21st Century Schools, that's going to be working with some of those programs that have just high quality before, after school, that are going to be doing resources, videos, just to help people think differently about what we might be able to do this summer to re-engage, not only academic, but really the social, emotional, and bring families in. So a lot of those things are happening quickly. So with that, the next transition, unless you don't have questions on this stuff, Craig will then get into the financial part of it.
Betty.
Okay, thank you. And the one thing that really concerns me, especially since I represent an urban district, the problems seem unique in a real sense, or issues that maybe they face that are challenges that a lot of the rural districts would not face. And when you look at the percentage of students that are educated by urban schools, it's a large number. And so when I look at these kinds of things, I almost see it as operating in a close to perfect world as possible. What kinds of things that may be more of a concern for urban school districts might we find under the components that you're addressing?
So one of our strategies is we very much want Sedgwick County, Shawnee County, because when you get on here and look at a lot of these, a lot of them are produced by superintendents or assistant superintendents so it's not just very few of them on the navigating change is actually, I mean, while we do some, many of them on there, we reach out to Topeka 501, to Wichita, to KCK, to Shawnee Mission to say, you have resources, you need to be in and contributing to this as well, because it's not just a rural issue. It's not just a suburban issue. So we have part of this, and we have a committee that Bart and the Service Center Association put together to say, all right, how do we get equity? How do we get a lens of equity? How do we get a broad range of people that are sharing into this? Because, yeah, what you might see right there are something that maybe a 21st century school did in a rural area. While that's a good resource, we've got to have resources that are relevant to a lot of our urban schools. So we have a committee that will be reaching out and having them submit, be a part of. The thing with the Teaching and Leading Project website, 3 months old. And while we have 5,400 people already hit it, we really think over the next couple of years, online, teachers are going to have access quickly to high quality. So we have a large effort to try and make sure that we have urban, suburban, rural resources across all of it. But that's going to take those districts to really lean into this to be able to share with them.
So it is voluntary in terms of the superintendents and whatever, that
It
they would
is. I
contribute
mean,
issues that, okay, all right.
everybody on this up to this point have just kind of dropped what they were doing to lean into this. Because the challenge, for example, we had 259 Wichita reach out yesterday and said, we want to take what we see in the navigating change. And as we go along and really personalize and look at competencies and possibly grade bands, we need help. Well, Wichita, that could be a full-time, so we're trying to reach out to them to give them options of how can we get them some of the supports that they're going to need that we don't have that person, but we're going to do everything we can to give them ideas and strategies to take the navigating change and turn it really into practice. Because they look at it and go, that's what we want to be doing. So I don't know if that helps.
It does, and I thank you for that. And there's just one more little part of that I'd like to kind of question. An area, as an example, foster care kids who really struggle with a number of things. And I kind of wonder, then it's up to individual school districts to make sure that they are taking those unique needs of the students into consideration as they give you information to construct this.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll share a little information with you about the finances that go on behind these, so far, 2 programs, maybe a third. First thing I'd tell you is you see on the slide ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, those are the quasi-official names. The official names the first time around was the CARES Act. The second time, I believe it's abbreviated as CRRSA, but the first one was also referred to as ESSER. And so when the second one came out, it is just generally ESSER 1 and ESSER 2. That's shorthand, and everybody in the field knows that's what we're talking about. Everybody in the agency knows that's what we are discussing. They both work very similarly as far as how the money flows and what we're required to do with it and what school districts have the options to do. They are federal funds. As Randy said earlier, 90% of it was directed in the federal law to flow through us directly to school districts, and it's on the Title I formula. It's not Title I money, but we use that formula to determine how much each school district receives. And Title I formula is very much poverty-based, not entirely, but that's a big component of it. So if you are a school district that has a high percentage of your students in poverty, you'll receive more per student than other districts. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute and what that may mean for some districts. With all federal funds, the usual process is districts are allowed to draw the money down on a monthly basis. And the requirement from the federal level is you only draw what you've either already spent or are going to spend within the next month at the best. Don't draw it down and sit on it. They don't want you earning the interest, basically, is the short version. They also don't want you drawing a bunch of money down and then not getting it spent for the right purpose, and then you have to give it back. So you, as a school district, you draw it down as you need it. So that's similar to what we do with Title I, with other federal programs. That is not a new process for school districts to follow. It must be spent on COVID-19 related expenses, and there are 15 categories with ESSER 2 that the federal government put out that you can address that. The intent of the money is very much to assist students that are struggling because of the pandemic, whether that's academically, social, emotional, behaviorally, whatever the issue might be. The intent is to target the funds to help those students. And Randy touched on it a little bit. We've had a lot of questions already. Can I spend it for this? Can I spend it for that? Partially because the pandemic has touched a lot of other areas as well. One of the common questions we've had, our student activity accounts are very low because of the pandemic. We haven't had people coming to ball games, so we haven't sold tickets. Kids can't go door to door and sell fruit for the FFA. They can't sell candy bars. So all of our student accounts are short of money, and it's because of COVID. So can I use ESSER funds to fill those accounts, basically? No, you're right, it is because of COVID, but how does that help students that are struggling academically or socially or emotionally? Other than they're worried about having enough money for prom, I don't know that that's particularly the appropriate expenditure for these funds. So we've had some questions like that already, and those will be addressed by the Oversight Committee that Randy told you about earlier. That committee will have the responsibility for looking at the plans that school districts have for how they're going to use these resources to help their students. One area you will see that you may think that doesn't fit, specifically in the 15 areas, the federal government listed improvements for your HVAC systems. for your air filtering, for indoor air quality. You can use the funds for that. And that's obviously, in some districts, that's going to be an expensive use of the funds. Our intent is first dollar is spent to help your kids. Then if you need to use it to improve indoor air quality, that's fine, the guidance allows for it. But your first intent and your first purpose has to be, how are you going to serve your students and help them do better? So that's a little bit of the background on how you can use the funds as a school district, at least the 90% that flows directly to them. All right, next. There we go. How much are we talking about? So ESSER 1, which came out last spring, was the 90% that flowed to districts was about $76 million. And we're going to talk around numbers all the way through this. School districts could use it for expenditures from March 13th of 2020 through September of 2022. Now, the money was not available until 1st of June, I believe. But with federal funds, you can reimburse expenditures that have already occurred, even if it occurred in a previous fiscal year. So that's the timeline districts have to spend the funds. Well, with that timeline, you can imagine they didn't run out and spend it all to start with. In addition, many districts had access to what we call spark funds. That was the CARES Act money that came to the state, and the state sent it to the counties, and the counties then shared some of it with their school districts. The spark money, school districts had to spend by December, by the end of this past December. So naturally, any expenses related to the pandemic, if it was popping up right away, they used the spark money first because that timeline was running out. So you probably won't be surprised to know that at the ESSER 1 funds, that $76 million, about half of it still remains to be drawn down. For one reason, they have until September of 2022, and for the other, they had another pot of money that was addressing some of the same needs, but not all. And I gave you, remember I talked about it's spread out on the Title I formula. So if you just look at per student, the range for districts is from $15 to $538, the amount they receive per student. And obviously the $538 districts are those that have a larger percentage of their students in poverty. They receive more money on the Title I formula. ESSER 2 was the 90% that we get to distribute directly to schools is approximately $333 million. Big increase, 4 times as much money. We found out about that past, I believe, December 27th, at the end of December. And as Randy mentioned, we don't have access to the funds yet, but it will be soon. The timeline, again, they can go back to March of 2020 if they need to reimburse any expenditures that they run into. School districts can. They have a year longer to spend this money through September of 2023. So when we talk about a plan to present to the Oversight Committee, it is very much, for the day and age we live in, a long-term plan. Some wouldn't consider 2 years long-term, but for the things that we're living with right now, that's fairly long-term. The same formula is used to distribute the money. So the range per student across the districts is $66 to $2,354. And I'm going to touch on that just a little bit right now, I think. With that range, while it's appropriate to focus on the students and the districts that have a high percentage of poverty, because that's where you're typically, not always, but typically going to have more needs, there are still some very basic needs that go with the pandemic. And in some of our districts, $66 a student doesn't cover those needs. That won't allow you to have summer school. You can't cover the cost of that. It won't allow you to do all of the cleaning that you need to do, the cleaning supplies, the personal protective equipment, and so forth, to take care of some of those issues. It will to a certain extent, but not nearly what's necessary. So our suggestion is going to be, And I'll go
And
ahead and
Craig,
move forward.
as you look at that, they have a
Do they have
printout
the
in their
printout?
packet of how it
Okay,
affects every
good.
district.
Thank you. You should have a spreadsheet, a printout in your packet that shows what each school district is scheduled to receive. And this is going to get into what's happening with the other 10% of the money that's been set aside. So on that printout, you can see each of the school districts. You can probably find the districts that you represent. And we broke it out per student. And I'll just tell you up front, because people will want to know who's getting only $66. Well, that's Blue Valley. There are others real close. Big Blue Valley, thank you. I was neighboring district to Little Blue Valley, so I should know that distinction. Blue Valley and Johnson County. And $66 per student won't allow them to offer summer school. That won't cover the cost for that program for them. So the question becomes, is there a way to at least provide a minimum amount so that you can address the standard issues, for lack of a better term, that every district will encounter? The 10% of the money that's set aside, we are directed as a state agency to determine how that should best be used, and our intention is for school districts. So with ESSER 1, the money that was available last spring, we directed that 10%, and those of you that were on the board at the time may recall us talking about it, to be used for special education. So it went to school districts specifically to be used for special education services, and that's a direct reflection of the 92% of excess cost that is not being covered at the current moment by state aid. So school districts are a little short on funds. This does not make up what's not being spent on the 92%, but it helps. That was the use for ESSER 1, the 10% set aside. So that money still goes to the school districts. They have the same timeline to spend it as they do with the 90%. And so again, about half of it has been drawn down so far. Many school districts and their special ed co-ops were of a mind to use a portion of the money in this fiscal year. They'll use the rest of it in the next fiscal year. Because again, when this money came out, nobody knew that there would be an ESSER 2. But now that there is, we have another 10% set aside, approximately $36 million. Pretty good amount of money. So our intention with that 10% is to take a minimum amount so that we can set a minimum per pupil amount for every district. So that the least amount anybody would spend, and our recommendation is $300, the least amount anybody would receive would be $300 per student. And I believe that's on the printout that you have. That would require $11.5 million approximately to do that statewide, so that everybody can at least address some of the basic needs that have come with the pandemic. Then we have the Kansas State School for the Deaf and School for the Blind. They are not school districts. They are essentially separate state agencies. So they do not participate in the ESSER funds. They didn't receive any money with either ESSER 1 or ESSER 2. So out of this 10% set aside, we would set aside $150,000 for those two institutions. So because they also have pandemic needs, just like school districts have, and every other organization out there. The balance then, which would be about $24 million, we would again direct towards special education. We're still short on funding, school districts are, for special education, and that's a real need. We would tell them to spend it over 2 years, partially to make it carry out longer, but also because with special education there is a maintenance of effort requirement, and you have to spend at least as much this year as you did last year, otherwise you lose funding forevermore. So by spending it, spreading it out over 2 years, the additional money that is already coming their way will help them meet maintenance of effort. Plus, it's probably just good practice to not spend it all 1 year and then have to figure out, okay, now what do we do? So that's the 10% set aside and our plan for how we would address that under ESSER 2. And again, it has the same expenditure requirements for school districts as the 90% money. Even though it's directed now to special education, for instance, it's still got to be for COVID-related expenses. The intent is very much to specifically help students who are struggling and have been struggling. So the same requirements would apply.
So the $300 base minimum is part of the 10% set aside and does not take anything away from any other school district.
That's correct, and that's a good point. I should have explained, I believe on your spreadsheet, that final column probably shows the $300 amount. That's an additional payment. That's not the new total.
I knew the answer to that question. I want to make sure everybody else did.
Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out.
Anything else? Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know from listening to some of the discussions that were going on in committees in the legislature, they've looked at using some of these funds, particularly the School for the Deaf, I believe, had some phases of expenditures they wanted to do. Is there a way for the legislature to demand that those be used in that way?
Great question. And forgive me, but the flippant answer is sure, they can always demand. But we don't believe the law allows anybody to spend it except school districts. We can direct where they spend the 10%, but we can't decide for them how they will spend it. The law is very clear that 90% comes to us and we distribute it to school districts for them to spend using those 15 areas that are listed in the law. The state board can't direct it, the legislature can't direct it.
But I'm talking really about our 10%.
Right, and
They're talking about taking a portion of it and using it for that, so that it's still those components would still be in effect, but that couldn't be used for some other idea that some entity happened to have, say, the state legislature.
that's correct. Whether it's the 10% set aside or the 90% original, it has to follow the 15 items put out by the federal government.
So by us giving the 150,000, we're not tying that to any specific thing. It's just one of the things or a group of the things that have been already identified by the law itself.
That's absolutely correct. The School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind still has to determine how it will be spent. And back to your original question, one of the committees suggested that the ESSER II funds could be used to pay for a specific program at the School for the Deaf. We don't believe that program qualifies as COVID-related. I don't believe, even if we give them this money, I don't believe they would be able to spend it on that program.
Well, thank you for clarifying that to
Certainly.
everyone that might be listening. Thank
Certainly
you.
welcome.
Randy? And then Jean.
I was just going to say that. Thank you, Craig. Again, while there's money to be spent in that 15 categories, I think there's a lot of talk about, well, just can't we use it for that? Can't we use it for this? For example, dyslexia. We all agree on dyslexia, but dyslexia wasn't caused by the pandemic. Now, for kids at loss, Michelle and I talked about that, yes. So there's some things we could do, but you just can't generalize. And so that's an assessment system, Dina, that was long in effect before there was a pandemic. So that's part of the challenge as we go through this, is to spend it on what the federal law says to spend it on.
Jean. Jean, Betty, Michelle, that order.
Yes, I had a couple of questions on the funding for the School for the Deaf and.
We
the
can't
school-
hear you, Jean.
On the funding for the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind, is that 75,000 each for a total of 150, or is that 150,000 each?
That is 50,000 for the school for the deaf and 100 for the school for the blind, or do I have that backwards?
It's 50,000 for School for the Blind, 100,000 for
backwards.
School for the Deaf. School for the Deaf is larger.
Just pertaining to that, is that adequate since they're residential facilities? Is that, and the superintendents have agreed to?
That's what they,
That
that's what
request?
they gave us as what they thought that they could use over the next 2 years, Gene.
Okay, and then my other question is, on the districts that fall under the minimum amount, the $300 floor that you're talking about, how many districts are there? Approximately?
18?
Eight, I was close.
Okay, I just think that's important to consider, that there are 18 districts that would benefit from that 11.5 million, because really what we're doing, even though it doesn't take away from the basic allotment to the districts, it does affect the balance that's available for special education, which really benefits all of these districts. So I think you're correct that they need that floor in order to be able to accomplish a lot of these COVID-related issues, but I am also cognizant that it does affect the balance available for special education, which also is a very critical need.
And-
Thank you.
And part of the issue with those 18 districts, a number of them are pretty large, some of our larger districts, so it's a lot of students to spread the funds over.
Yeah, we didn't say it's gonna be easy.
Oh,
Betty,
Okay, thank you. The question that I have, one of the glaring problems that happened as a result of the pandemic and students going into a remote learning atmosphere was many of those poverty students could not afford the internet. And even though they were supplied with the computer equipment, trying to get the funding set up where they each could get internet. Is that addressed in any way in
yes, good question. One of the uses, both in ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, and it's specifically called out, is for technology. And we just got the first draft of how ESSER 1 funds were spent through the month of October. And one of the highest uses was for technology, whether that's devices like laptops, or in some cases, providing internet access, providing wireless service to specific neighborhoods, locations, putting a MiFi on the laptop so that children would have that access. In addition, and this is somewhat off the topic, but same subject, the Children's Cabinet received some grants that allowed them to also provide technological services to families who did not have it, and to child care centers that might not have it, but would have students there that needed to be doing remote learning.
And just in addition to that, one of the other things that came up is the number of students that you would think everyone has some technology skills, but that there were many students that really did not know how to navigate, even through the use of having the laptop provided. And again, that is access under the technology program as well.
Yes, schools could certainly make that a part of the class, for lack of a better term, is teaching how do you use this. Many did that with students and parents. Here's how the technology is going to be available. These are the programs we'll be using. This is how it works, what you'll need to do, and what we'll be able to do to help you with that. And I'd go one step further. Teachers were not used to teaching in a remote environment. So early in this, before the school year actually began, many districts moved their staff development up to the front of the school year so they could specifically spend time working with each other about how are we going to do this most effectively and how do we use the technology that we have available and what's the best use of that.
Well, thank you. And I wasn't aware that there was training for parents to be able to provide oversight for their students that were. That's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And we are going to have significant more discussion on this subject tomorrow, so I'm going to call on Michelle, and that will be the last question now, but if you have questions, we'll have ample time tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so some of those are in my district, or the district where I represent, so I have a couple questions on that. Is there any way, as far as accountability, because a lot of those schools are in hybrid, remote, or remote until just about yesterday, is there any way for us to, as far as just sending the money or offering that money up, as far as accountability on testing? I mean, we haven't had kids tested really from the state aspect. Is there any way to figure out where they are, just so we can see if these funds are actually helping? I want to make sure that we don't move forward and don't, like the kids that may go to summer school or may not go to summer school. I mean, that would be a choice. Is that a choice of the parent? Is that a choice that they're going to force them into summer school because they remain closed, hybrid, remote? I just don't want to penalize the students, but I also want to hold accountability. And rather than just throwing more money at it, I want to see where these kids are, and then test them again, as far as like, if we're going to continue to draw money down, where are these kids as far as academically? I know you're focused on social emotional, but where are they academically? So I don't know how, like I'm saying, a lot of these districts that are getting the extra money are in my district, and they've remained either hybrid or remote for the majority of the time. And it is a lot of students, like you talked about.
Sure.
It's affecting a lot of students, so there would be that money need maybe, or maybe not, I don't know. But I just want to make sure there's some type of accountability on test scores or something where we can see improvement. How do we know that there's going to be improvement? Is it just going to be the state assessments next year, or we're going to rely on that? I'm concerned about the ones that are graduating soon, and the ones that were, that are going to be graduating even next year. I'm concerned about that as well, so. Just want to bring that up as far as, is there some sort of testing or accountability or measurement that we can do as that money's being drawn down, and then again at a later date to see if these programs are actually helping what they're spending their money on?
Okay, I'll answer a couple of the questions about the fiscal side of it, and then I probably ought to let Brad address the assessment side. Financially, with this amount of money, the federal government requires districts to report annually. How did you spend the money? And that's what I was talking about earlier. We know that a big chunk of it went for technology first time around. Not a surprise, it's the first time you've been in that environment. So there is that level of accountability to the federal government. Summer school, yes, can they require the student to attend? In statute, you're required to attend school during the regular school year. It's a little difficult to say you must come to summer school. So that does tend to fall on the parent working with the school district as to whether they attend or not. Many will strongly encourage it. I think I can safely say that. But I don't know if they have the authority to say you have to be here in July if that's not the regular school year. And I'll step aside for a moment.
Yeah, I don't believe we can put stipulations on the money that you can't draw it down unless you do certain things. But in the Navigating Next, we do provide a lot of guidance and a lot of strategies and a lot of recommendations about what to do, how to make it meaningful, how to progress monitor, how to use, because outside of a state assessment, we don't have access to any data that they use, that they administer locally, but we give them a lot of guidance on how to take what you are using, how to progress monitor, how to check for learning. So that will be in our guidance document along with all of their plans. will have to go to that committee, that task force that Randy has talked about, to be approved before they can draw it down. So there's several different ways that there will be some accountability, but I don't believe we can say if you don't do this, you can't draw it down. But I think a lot of it will be in the task force as they review what their plans are. And again, this will be over the ESSER 2 for the next 2 years. So we're really thinking about, as you're coming back in, you need to take these resources and put plans in place to address the loss that happened during this pandemic.
Okay, so hold all questions, all other questions until we revisit this tomorrow, and we are,
I have one more slide.
okay, well, hurry up.
My apologies.
And there it is.
But the second round is different from the first round, and different from the way Title I usually works in one regard. Private schools. Typically, funding for private schools flows to the school district, and the school district provides the services that the private schools need and are entitled to. In ESSER 2, that money, that 90% that goes to school districts, does not include anything for private schools. It's a separate fund that goes to the governor's office. It's GEAR is the acronym for this one, Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund. It flows through the governor's office, and then in federal guidance, the state agency, which is us in Kansas, is responsible for administration and sending the services to the school district. And I use the word services. Private schools, non-public schools, cannot receive the federal money directly. They receive services instead. Same thing is true in special education, same thing is true in Title I. So in GEAR, KSDE is responsible for providing the services to non-public schools. We are probably going to do that in cooperation with the service centers, because we are not set up as an agency to go provide the teacher or the service to the teacher that the private school needs. So we will work with the service centers to do that, and $26.7 million is the amount made available to private schools through this fund in Kansas. We administer the funds. Non-public schools must apply to receive them, and they are, by the federal law, accredited or non-accredited non-public schools. We know there are about 26,000 students in accredited non-public schools. We don't know in non-accredited. We don't have that information. So that's a short synopsis of GEAR, and in terms of pieces of this plan that will be most difficult to implement, this is probably it for us as well as the non-public schools. It's a different means of operating than they're accustomed to and than we are accustomed to. And that's it, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have ample opportunity to discuss this some more tomorrow. We are going to take a real quick 7-minute break and return at 11:50.
If you have not yet met, nice to meet you. My name is Michelle Miller. I'm the Director of Teacher Licensure and Accreditation. And with me, I have my Assistant Director, Jeanette Nobo. And to you all and to Commissioner Watson, this morning we are here asking for your action on recommendations from the Accreditation Review Council for the following systems you'll see later in the PowerPoint. However, let me remind you of our definitions. Again, for those of you who are new, this might be a good time to come back to those. A system is accredited when they are shown to be in good standing and that they have provided conclusive evidence of growth in student performance, and that that system provides conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. We also have a recommendation available to the Accreditation Review Council of conditionally accredited. And this simply means that the school system continues to be in good standing, they're in compliance with the state board, but that they either did not provide conclusive evidence of growth in student performance, or that they were not able to identify and articulate an intentional quality growth process. The last definition available to the Review Council is that of not accredited. And this would mean for a system one of three things: that they have issues with compliance and that they are not in good standing with the state board, that they did not provide conclusive evidence of growth in student performance measures, and that they were not able to provide conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process implemented inside the system. So based on those three criteria, the Accreditation Review Council comes together. Last month, they made a recommendation to you all of these public and private systems. And for accredited status today, you see in front of you these systems. A quick note that our private systems are not labeled with a USD. They are given a Z number, so that's the difference that you'll notice there. These are systems recommended for full accreditation. These systems come to you today conditionally accredited, and in general, these systems are lacking in intentional progress with individual plans of studies implemented at the end of 8th grade. That's an area they are working on. We know that that's a high priority for the state board and for the work of our agency to the best of kids, right? To help increase their post-secondary effectiveness and ability to go out into the world, into the workforce. So that's their primary focus or evidence of good growth. That is what I have for you. I am happy this is your second round with these systems. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we're ready for questions.
I'll
or
do
a
my best.
motion,
I have
and
Jeanette here
believe
too.
Dina had her hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle, when they are conditionally accredited, could they, within a couple of months, come back to us and ask for full accreditation?
Yes, ma'am. And that's the intention, that they are
Okay.
given direction and guidance to the things that they need to implement and provide evidence toward, and then able to go back to the Accreditation Review Council with that data for a recommendation of full accreditation. And I believe you'll see that process play out over the next couple of months with another public system.
Because it appeared to me that that was really the reason, was we weren't seeing the evidence that they had done the things they said they'd done.
Yes, ma'am. And to implement an IPS takes a little time. So we want to give them the help and support that they need to implement an effective process for their kiddos.
And that, as you said, it gives them the opportunity then to get specific support for
Yes.
developing those, what is needed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And whenever you're ready for
I think Ben is.
a motion, I'll be glad to give it.
I have a question, and I can
Then
let
back
Dina
to you,
make the
Dina.
motion if she so chooses. But my question is, and it's as we're approaching it, first I want to point out that the bar that we're expecting schools, both public and private, it's the same bar, regardless.
Correct.
We are moving the bar forward. We are increasing it. We're not laxing any standards. We're raising the bar. We've raised it a lot in the last several years. And last year we did something we haven't done, conditionally accredited public and private schools both. We've done both. With that, we've talked about non-accredited, which we have not done yet. I have a feeling at some point we may. I mean, our goal is not to. I mean, nobody likes to do it, but sinking feeling at some point the state board probably will. What does that mean for that school district if they're not accredited? What are the immediate ramifications of non-accreditation?
So it would be number one, to address their compliance issues, bring their compliance issues, guide along the side to help them bring that piece to the level of the bar that you articulated, and provide them as much support as we are able to bring those other things along as well. It would also ask, to your point, for us to become more intentionally involved, I believe. And as we build this, having never done it before, we know that that could be an option, and we're developing those processes as we move forward to provide that support.
I appreciate that answer. And there's a lot of that piece I don't think we know quite yet. And I think we'll know it when we get there. But I think we need to start figuring out what that is in the event that that comes up. And I appreciate that answer. Dina, did you want to make the motion, or I can? I'll move it anyway. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 445 Coffeyville, John Paul II Elementary, Cure of Ours, St. Thomas Aquinas, and the status of conditionally accredited to St. Paul Elementary and Our Lady of Unity.
Is there a second to the motion? Dina seconds the motion. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Looks like you have a unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Very much. And now we're going to hear from Brad again and Beth. Have you been deserted, Beth?
I guess so. I thought he was going to be my slide advancer, so this is,
Well, that's an interesting picture.
it is. It is.
Help is coming.
Assessments. Thank you. Well, this is awesome. I get to introduce myself. Thank you, Chairman Porter, for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to you about assessments. I don't get this opportunity very often, so I'm going to take advantage of just a little bit of time to let you know how we're organized. My name is Beth Foltz, and I'm an Assistant Director on Career Standards and Assessment Services. I work with Dr. Scott Smith, who's the director. And my primary responsibility on the team is assessments. I'm also the lead for post-secondary success. So when you get to that point in your conversations and everything, I could be back again. But we have a great group of researchers that do a lot of work on the data for post-secondary success. As an assessment team, we're small but mighty. So we have an assessment coordinator. Her name is Julie Ewing. She's been with the agency several years, and she previously worked on the SETS team. She was a Title III and English learner consultant coordinator. She was very involved with the development of the English learner standards and with the development of that new English learner assessment. So she comes highly qualified to the position. She replaced Lee Jones, who decided to just work part-time, and he is all things ACT now. So if there's any ACT questions, then Lee's our go-to person. And then the other person on the assessment group would be Mark Stevenson, and he's all things NAEP. So whenever we have NAEP data to share with you, then Mark would be heading that up. Mark's also the coordinator for the post-secondary success. So we're a small but mighty group. We take care of a lot of things in the state. Working with us then on the team would be the standards consultants. So we assess English language arts, math, science, and English learners. So the consultants then that would fill those roles, the content consultants, have two jobs really, right? They're going to come to you when the standards are up for review and walk you through that process and what should be in our standards. Once you adopt the standards, then we move into the assessment cycle. So that's when we look to make sure, because we have standards-based assessments, that the test is actually measuring what you want it to with the content standards. So that's their primary job then in the testing cycle, would be to review items, to passages, to look at the results when they come back in. So they're very busy on the assessment side as well as the content curriculum side. They also, during testing season, act as the resource for the content. So, for example, someone calls the agency and wants to know, is this translation dictionary allowed? That would be the responsibility of the English language arts consultant or the English learner consultant to make that decision, right? It's a manipulative allowed. Can you have formula sheets on the math test? That's the math consultant's responsibility. So on our team, they play dual roles. We also have an elementary consultant who crosses all the assessed grade content, and a special education assessment person on the SETS team that then works with us to make sure that we have all the necessary accommodations, and then they lead the alternate assessment work. So as if that isn't enough, then the content people go out and they provide professional development on how to really implement the standards and assessment literacy as it goes with what types of assessments would be appropriate for implementing the standards. Then one other group I want to talk to you about would be the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council. So just like a lot of other groups in the agency, we have an advisory group for assessments. That's made up of mostly district test coordinators, some administrators, some teachers. We have bylaws, just like the other organization, the other advisory groups do, and we rotate people on and off that committee. They are an advisory group, but they will come to you if there's an issue that they think is important to share their opinion. This is a committee that, as a state board, sometimes you assign a member to attend and sometimes you don't. It's always an open meeting, just like all of our other meetings, and you're welcome to attend if you want to. So, moving into the presentation, one of the things the assessment, the CAC has done.
You have to use a roller.
Okay, got it. One of the big things that the content consultants and the CAC have taken on is assessment literacy. Now, that's something that comes up time after time because people just kind of forget, right? So I want to talk to you a little bit about that. So we do have a theory of action for assessments in Kansas. We believe in a balanced assessment system. And that is, might think of it as a three-legged stool. Sometimes we've used that imagery. Today I'm just going to show it to you in a chart because it provides a little more information. So as the CAC has worked through our vision on assessment literacy for the state of Kansas, we've really grouped into two types of assessments. One, assessments for learning, and the other, assessments of learning. The assessments for learning would be a formative assessment. We really embrace that classroom level assessment that the teacher does, whether it's just a quick check-in every day, or it could be a little bit closer monitoring, but it's ongoing, it happens all the time. And the teacher, we really, as we give our professional development, say the teacher needs to know where the students are and if they're really learning what the teacher's trying to share. From the formative assessment, we move into interim assessments. This is something that's more planned. This would be a measure at possibly the end of a unit, or a group of ideas that you want to assess someone about. So the focus, again, is on the standards. And at the state, we provide 2 different types of interim assessments that I'll go through in a little bit. And then finally, it's assessment of learning, the summative assessment. At the end of everything, has the student learned what we had, intended for them to learn? That's, you make a measure at the end. It's like giving a grade at the end of a course. It's giving the summative assessment at the end of the year. It's measuring something after the teaching is completed. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't take the information from that assessment and go back and reteach, but it's really an evaluation piece, and it should be looked at the program level. So when the teacher looks at all of their data from the class, they can make adjustments then for how they teach that unit or that subject or their content for the year. They make program evaluation changes with the data. So this is our balanced approach and the 3 different types of assessments that we try to promote. So interim assessments. What you need to know is that we do use part of our assessment dollars to provide interim assessments for the students in Kansas. Now that's 3 through 8 and once in high school. So the first type of interim assessment we would provide, we call mini tests. It's just in English language, arts, and math, grades 3 through 8 and 10, and they're mini tests tied to a standard. The teacher can go into the application that's housed at KU on Kite, our platform, and select the standard or the group of standards they've been working on, and then there are test items that they can use. Now, they can either use it as it's built, or they can download it and pick questions that they want to put together for a larger assessment. They could use it as something in the morning, just as a quick check-in, but it's available to them to use however they want. It's secure in the sense that it sits on our platform, our testing platform, but it's available for teachers to use. Can also be brailled if the school wants to braille it. They're available all year. There's no window when school opens till school closes. And I'm working with KU now to try to make this available in the summer if schools decide that they want to have some summer academic activities. The second type we offer would be the predictive interim assessment. This assessment has, again, same grade range, so hopefully you're picking up here that we test 3 through 8, ELA and math, and then grade 10. So this test is going to be, it's a short test in a very defined window. We do that 3 different times before the summative assessment, and predicts to the summative score. We've allowed this test to be given remotely. So any student, whether they're in school or they're attending from home, hybrid model, or just completely remote, the school can get a log-on for the student, and they can take this test. So that allows us to do some comparisons across the year, and I know Commissioner Watson shared some results from the first interim with you last meeting, and the second interim window closed, and I will have those results for you before your next meeting. The interim predictive, again, I want to stress that it's voluntary, and the windows you can see are on the screen. So I did bring just a little bit of data with me to let you know that we were kind of disappointed with the first interim window. So we actually had fewer students take that assessment than we did when we rolled the assessment out in 2018. But the second interim window, we had more students participate than we did last year for the second window. So we're really excited about that and anxious to see the results. The only high-stakes test we give in Kansas is the English Language Proficiency Assessment. So any child that qualifies for services as an English learner in grades K through 12 is required to take this assessment. And the only way they exit services is by passing the test. So that's why we would call it a high-stakes test. There's actual consequences tied to the results of this. So the testing window is getting ready to open February 15th. And it will be open till the end of March. This test cannot be administered remotely. It's 4 domains. The student has to take all 4 parts: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. The summative assessments is the one you're probably most familiar with, and once you see the data every year would be on the summative assessment. ELA, math, and science. The testing window opens April 1st and will be open until May 18th. These tests are administered on the computer. They cannot be administered remotely. So the students have to be in school. The test has to be proctored. And that's the way the test is. We're waiting on guidance from the Biden administration regarding participation on this assessment, right? Because we do understand that in some cases students won't be able to come to school to take the test. And that's, we have a code for that. So when we come back with the assessment results, we'll be able to tell you exactly how many students were able to take the test and how many students, because they were remote, attending school remotely because of COVID, then would fall in that category. The alternate assessment we call DLM, that's a dynamic learning map. That testing window is open now till May 7th. And again, that test cannot be administered remotely. So why can't we administer these tests remotely? Because the tests have to be, 1, fair and equitable for all students. The results must be valid and reliable. The tests have to be administered in a proctored setting, and the test items have to remain secure at all times. So you can imagine in a remote setting, any one of those 4 criteria could easily not be met. So that's the reason we're expecting everyone to take the test in person. And then I've put the statement on here that we do expect students in assessed grades to take the assessment. And this has always been our policy. It's not new, but I know it's come up recently. But students in virtual schools have always been expected to take state assessments. And as part of the contract, when the parents sign up for the virtual school, they have to agree to take the student to a proctored location designated by the school to take the test. So this isn't new. We've been doing this for a very long time. So that's our state program that the federal and state tax dollars go to provide tests for English language arts, math, and science. I'm going to shift to ACT now. So we have a contract with ACT. It was funded through legislative appropriations, and there are 3 products that we're able to provide. The first one is the pre-ACT. It's available to all public school freshmen. It has to be administered during the school day. It cannot be administered remotely. It's only a paper pencil test. And this year we were able to get ACT to agree to let us have 2 testing windows. We had one in the fall, and then we'll have another one in the spring for 9th grade students who weren't in school and weren't able to take the test. So, ACT and WorkKeys. These 2 products are for juniors and public schools. So there's a big difference. I mean, I'm sure you're all aware of ACT's national testing program. Kids go take the test on Saturday. They sign up. The school may or may not be able to pay for it, right? This is not that program. This program is actually run through KSDE. There are specific testing dates. You can see the dates on the screen that the school has to administer the test on these dates. There's no exceptions, okay? And it's for juniors, all juniors in public schools. And we would recommend that they take both the ACT, which would be on the first day, the 23rd of February, and then Work Keys is on the second day. Now, it is possible for students to take these tests on a computer. In fact, they would highly recommend Work Keys be taken on the computer. So there's a broader window to accommodate students when you're doing computer testing. What I can tell you about ACT today is that their products don't work on iPads. So as you all think about the districts you represent, if they're iPad schools, then they can't take ACT on it. So that's why we still push paper testing for ACT. You follow all the same procedures, processes, ACT rules, right? If the kids need accommodations, you have to go through ACT's process to get the accommodations, but they're allowed. And, you know, we've actually had no pushback on this program at all. It's been very, very well received. So we have 3 testing dates this spring, and depending on weather and COVID, if we need to add a 4th one, we might be able to do that. So I'm still negotiating with them on that one. But it's a very prescriptive program. Then the final one I'm going to talk to you today is NAEP, about NAEP. That's the National Assessment of Educational Progress. So this is mandated in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. Anyone that receives title funds, so in Kansas, all of our public school districts receive title funds, then participate in NAEP if they're selected. NAEP tests in 4th and 8th grade, reading and math every other year. So what I can tell you is that there was an administration scheduled for this February, and the governing board reached an agreement with Congress to delay administering NAEP until next year. So NAEP is a sample of schools and a sample of students within the school. So the schools that were identified for this year won't necessarily be taking the test next year. They'll draw a new sample for schools next year. But we will administer NAEP next year. They are going to, and this is a little bit outdated because they've updated that 4th bullet about the teacher surveys. They're actually going to go ahead with their survey information and do multiple surveys between, I think, the 1st of March and the end of school with different school administrators and teachers within the buildings that were selected. The last time we administered NAEP in Kansas was 2019.
Thanks, Beth. So I only have a couple slides, which you'll be happy to hear because it's coming up right before lunch. But I just wanted, with a lot of talk, especially during the legislative session and as we're getting ready to come back into the testing, I just wanted to remind this group, and especially our new board members, that we worked with a bunch of school districts, and we took kids that took the AC or the state assessment in 10th grade. How did that same kid do the next year on the ACT? That way we could look at performance relative to the state assessment compared to ACT. We did it again than with the 8th grade test. When they were 8th graders, how did they do in 10th grade, and then how did they do on the ACT? So it took some time to do this, but working with school districts and KU, what you see here, the first one is English language or reading. The cut score to be college and career ready on the ACT is this black little triangle. You have to score a 22. On the state assessment, you have to score, ours, which is a 300, on the state assessment would actually be a 23. So our cut scores are set by Kansas educators. So in reading, we're close, but we're a little higher. So you could be in that top range of a 2 and score a 22 on the ACT, but we would not say that you're hitting the college ready mark. You're close. If you look at English, our educators actually, an 18 on the ACT reading is right about the middle range of a score. And we've talked about this at some point. Do we adjust our cut score? But as soon as we do, someone's going to say, well, you just lowered the bar. But we've talked for years at some point, because this was a new assessment, we will do an alignment study. Math, we're right on. So one, it just tells you the rigor of our state assessment and how it aligns to the ACT. So some considerations as we go back into the testing window. I'm going to try and move this so you can see it. So Beth just talked about NAEP being that national assessment. NAEP took all of the state standards and where we've set our cut scores and compared it relative to all other states and relative to where the NAEP proficient level is. So if you look clear over to the right, and I believe this is reading, the little thing up top is covering it, but in reading, 8th grade level, Kansas, where we set that cut score, where our teachers, where we believe college ready is, by far the highest in the nation. So I heard last week, look at Georgia or look at Florida. Well, if we would adjust our cut score to where some other, even average, immediately 20-30% of our kids all of a sudden became, just like I showed you relative to the ACT, middle of the 2, you're scoring at the college ready mark on the ACT. So just want to make sure everyone knows, and you'll get this PowerPoint, but just so people know that when our teachers set our college ready mark, they were serious about where we want our kids to be. But if you try to compare us to any other state and you look at this, they may have 40% more kids just based on where they set their cut score. This is reading, and that's math. Math, we even set it higher. So I just want to make sure everybody understands, when we look at results to consider in Kansas, we're not PARC, we're not Smarter Balanced. We used to be, but if you look here, look at where Smarter Balanced. So all of those states that are taking the Smarter Balanced, we were one of those states, but the board made the decision several years ago to stay with KU, and we went on our own. All those states taking the Smarter Balanced, just by where they set their score, look at the percent of kids that would have been showing up in their state's results. So when some, and it's like, yeah, we set the bar high and we have yet to adjust it. We so far have just been, and then the last slide, I just want to make sure everybody remembers, when the state board or when the legislature paid for every junior to take the ACT, the class of 2020 was the first cohort class to be a recipient of that. They just graduated. And we knew, because ACT will tell you the higher percent of your kids that take it, your composite score, which is the average of all the scores, is going to go down. Well, the goal was to make it available and have more kids take it. Kansas averaged about 72%. So in 2019, 72%, we increased by 10%. And Wichita was one of the areas that had one of the highest increase of students taking the ACT because it was free. And it was administered in their local high school. So we jumped up 82%, and just like we estimated, composite-wise, it went down. But we're okay with that because our goal was to get more kids. Our goal for the class of 21, we hope to hit 90%. It will at some point we'll get a new baseline. But states that have 90, 80, 90, 100% of their kids take it, their composite scores, because you're now assessing every kid. You're just not assessing the kids that have plans to go on. So I just wanted to make sure to remind people as these results come out and it's like, oh, our composite score went down. It's like, we're okay with that because we predicted it if we could get more kids to take it. And we increased by 10% just in the first year, because the class of 2020 was the first cohort class to have it available for free. I'll just add, as you think about questions for Brad, there's two things I hear quite a bit in the last couple of months. State board doesn't care about academic achievement. That's not true. But I think the state board's done balance that with a lot of other things. I think about the JAG program, which is a really great program to help kids graduate high school. Their focus is not so much on academic, but all the other things going on with kids that prevent them from graduating high school. We set the highest cut scores in the nation, not because we wanted to be the number one setting the highest. It was to ensure for you that when kids scored at a level 3 or 4, as Brad said, even in the 2, they had the academic, I want to make sure that you understand, the academic skills to then execute their individual plan of study, right? I can go to KU, I can go to Washburn Tech, I can go to the military, and I will be academically ready. Maybe not so, maybe I don't go to class, maybe I don't know how to study, but I'll be academically ready. And I think some people are misusing that test data as a different narrative. And so so I appreciate Brad going over that with you and Beth going over that. I think sometimes people say, well, look at Florida and look at all the gains they made. We could show a 30 to 40% gains in score if we just adopted the Florida cut score. But that would not be true to parents to say your kid then isn't academically ready to go to Fort Hays State. And that's our purpose. Does that make sense? So a lot of times we use the term grade level or we use the term they're behind. And I think we have to be really cautious when we do that, because the assessment score is to academically say, are you ready for anything you would choose in your individual plan of study?
Thank you. If you have questions, hold it, because we have to be somewhat cognizant of the time. If you have questions, please hold them and let us know, and we can reschedule at some point in the future if that's okay with you.
And you will have all these slides, so
Okay.
we just wanted to
Yeah, I need to
remind you
make
of
sure
some.
I have them for a hearing Thursday. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate this. This is excellent information, but if we do have questions, because of the time, we need to move on. According to my schedule, Ann's supposed to take our picture at 12:10. That probably won't happen, but Ann will be taking our picture, and we've been asked to use our Kansas Can, these things, if you have them. And so, Ann, would you please give us instruction? Thank you. Welcome back from that extended lunch break. And so we are very happy to talk about food after lunch. And so Cheryl Johnson is going to talk to us about recognition of earning the Kansas Certificate in Child Nutrition Management. Welcome to the State Board of Education. We're very interested in hearing what you had to tell us.
There we
Not
go.
very
Thank
well.
you, Chairman Porter, State Board members, and Commissioner Watson. Appreciate this opportunity. Managing and leading a child nutrition program is a challenging job, and it takes a wide range of knowledge, skills, and abilities. The Child Nutrition and Wellness team has developed child nutrition management classes based upon the School Nutrition Association's Key to Excellence program. These are designed to develop knowledgeable and effective directors and managers who are prepared to lead programs of excellence. And we were thankful that as a state board, you were willing to endorse our certificate in child nutrition management, because then it is allowed as one of the ways that managers can I guess it's more or less go up to higher levels of school districts and be managers based upon the professional standards rule. So it is a great thing that you allow this for our Kansas school districts. Jessica Phillips from Fort Scott, USD 234, and Melissa Miller from DeSoto, USD 232, have completed over 120 hours of KSDE-approved child nutrition management classes. This truly is a significant accomplishment, and we have the brochures that Julie and Jill passed out for you to see, because I know we have some new board members, so I thought that would be interesting for you all. These two ladies join only 3 other Kansas school nutrition professionals in our state in successfully completing the rigorous requirements. So it really is quite an honor. It looks like we have Jessica with us up on the screen. Hi, Jessica.
Hello.
Jessica Phillips is the kitchen manager at Fort Scott Middle School. She earned a bachelor's degree in early childhood education with a minor in psychology, as well as chef certification from the American Culinary Foundation. Jessica has always had a passion for cooking. She told me her grandmother instilled this in her. She started working in food service when she was 15 years old, and after 25 years in industrial food service, she started working for the school district. So that was in 2012, first as a high school cook for 2 years, and she has now been the manager for the last 6 years. Jessica is married to her husband, Bobby, who I think must be the person behind her. Yeah, thank you. And she likes to fish, embroider, cook for her family, and travel. She told me she pursued the certificate in child nutrition management because you can never have too much education, and she tries to attend every professional development class that she can. She is dedicated to using creative approaches to create food for her students that is tasty and looks good too. That's where her chef training comes in. So congratulations, Jessica. I believe Jill has your award. I understand your superintendent just sent an email to the commissioner and I a few minutes ago. He said that your school district is closed today, but they're all
Yes.
watching you. They're watching you receive this now, and I believe you were honored at your board meeting last night, and they're planning a
Yes.
big celebration for you at the middle school soon. But he wanted us to communicate to you how proud the Fort Scott School District is of you, and that you completed this certification. So congratulations, Jessica.
Thank you.
Do you have anything you would like to say to the state board or any of us?
I just want to tell everybody thank you for giving me an opportunity to continue education and for getting this certificate and making it possible for all of us that want to continue our education and to learn as much as we can to help serve our children and our future better.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yeah,
Appreciate
I want
it.
to congratulate you, Jessica. I'm the representative of your district, and I want you to tell your superintendent to invite me whenever they make a big deal out of this, especially if there's food.
Now, they may have to have me cook for that. I don't know.
It sounds like that'd be a really good idea.
Well, congratulations, Jessica. Our second awardee is Melissa Miller, and has she not been able to join us? Oh, my. Melissa is the district manager for DeSoto USD 232, and she started her career in school nutrition 15 years ago. I won't talk about all of this to you right now, but just know she started as a dishwasher and a server in the school district. She worked up and then took an administrative role within the district and has been promoted now to district manager. She works with the food service director there. She told me she can cook for 1,000. She can do meal service accountability. She started the summer food service program there in DeSoto, which is a great undertaking, a wonderful accomplishment. She has helped with wellness policy implementation, and she encourages professional development. So, she told me she subs a lot in the school still, and she asked to be put in the dish room so she can get to see the students, talk to the students, and serve the students because she misses that in her administrative role. She is married to her husband, Steve, has 4 children, 2 college grads, 2 in college, and loves spending time with her family, walking her dog, cooking, baking, gardening, watching sports as a family. And she's looking forward to travel again soon. So I'm very sorry. I don't know if they were out of school today or what's happened, but we will definitely send her certificate. See, we have a nice certificate for her and make sure, hopefully, it can be presented at a board meeting soon.
Certainly can be.
Okay, that is all we have. And again, we appreciate these folks. They are fueling Kansas's future with what they do. They make a difference in academic and student success every day. So thank you, Jessica.
And Sugar, you can stay just a minute. Michelle, I think was I one of the things that you pulled from the consent agenda?
Yeah, I got that.
You have the answer?
Yep.
Okay, I was going to give you the opportunity to get that now since you're.
She answered my question.
Okay, thank you. We thank you very much and congratulate both Jessica and Melissa for a job very well done. And now we're going to have a report that I have been anxiously waiting for 5 or 6 years on micro-credentialing. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. I'll do my best here to find this presentation for you all. I don't know if I can follow that or not. That was a well-deserved honor for those ladies. Nope. Yes. Ready? Yep. Go ahead. Thank you, Chairman Porter, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. This is, for me, an exciting opportunity to be back with you all. Thank you very much. To share with you the work of the Professional Standards Board, previously under the direction of Dean Debbie Mercer from K-State. Several members of the Standards Board who were part of this process are no longer fulfilling their role there. However, we feel that we have now come to a place where after much work and effort by Mr. Porter, Chairman Porter as well, we are bringing you today an opportunity that I think you're going to certainly appreciate and we would love your blessing to move forward on. So let me tell you just briefly where we have been. The work of the Professional Standards Board is to develop the standards for training teachers to be prepared to go into the classroom, but to also manage the opportunities for continued learning for our educators. So I mentioned Dean Debbie Mercer at K-State, and at that time when she was leading the Standards Board, we had a young man who was working on a doctoral dissertation, Paul Erickson. He spoke to you all previously, and he did a lot of work around this area of micro-credentialing. The State Board gave an opportunity for several of those members and agency staff to go visit a school system that was implementing micro-credentials as a means of personalized professional learning for educators. And so that opportunity grew and continued to be discussed, as Chairman Porter is well aware. And we learned that it's hard. The implementation of such a program, putting the onus of learning on professional educators is hard work. That's different. For those of us who have been in the career for a long time, we're used to going to the gym, attending a big event, and then getting the points, whether it was relative to the work that we did with students every day or not. So that can be good and bad, that it's hard. Things that are worthy are worth hard effort, right? So the participants in Dr. Erickson's pilot reported that they felt confidence in their learning. They felt confidence from their teammates. They grew in their own professional identity as educators because the opportunity to focus learning at the minute that they needed was created for them. So from there, we learned a lot. We learned that traditional PD was just for teachers another thing to go and do, and what we want to be able to do with professional development is give systems the opportunity to use PD to really be beneficial for educators and for students in the classroom. So we developed a lovely definition. We needed to get our arms around this. And a micro-credential is defined as a personalized professional unit of study, something that's relevant to that teacher at that time. It should be competency-based, and it should result in some type of a credential. And it can be used for all kinds of learning experiences. Traditionally, what we've asked our systems to do is provide our agency with a 5-year professional development plan. That was to cover the entire staff, right? Now that's okay if you're a staff of 30, 45, but from districts I've been involved in with staffs of 500 or 600 educators, it's hard to plan for each one of those educators over a 5-year time. And we also know that learning is at your fingertips now. So this was an effort and continues to be an effort that I'm pleased to present to you today. The components have been, we've hashed and rehashed, and Dr. Erickson's work influenced this. The work of the agency in partnership with state board members and the standards board influenced this, but we really went to look at what they're already doing. And you'll see in bold knowledge, application, and impact on this list. The reason why that's so important is because that's the system of professional learning that our schools already use. They use knowledge points, they use application points for learning, and very few teachers take a learning activity such as those big gym activities that I described to that level of impact for their students. So this is an effort to be able to do that for individual educators. And I don't really want to go through each one of these and take that time, but you'll see that we have an overview with a description. We have the basis of knowledge, supporting research. We ask our educators to find why are you wanting to study that thing? How can it be job embedded? How can it be implemented in your classroom right away? Study the results, study its impact, look at the artifacts, and then importantly, we added a piece on reflection because we know that sometimes we learn from things that don't go well, right? So if after a length of time, a teacher has implemented something that didn't go as beautifully as they wanted it to, it happens every day, is there appropriate reflection and opportunity to go back and change and to do better the next time? So these are the components of how we've defined a micro-credential. And I'm going to, again, try. I had a birthday present right before my birthday in January. Lansing USD 469 has been working with me on this whole conversation about micro-credentials. I have their permission to talk about them today. And they called and they said, we want to share with you what we've done in the area of micro-credentials. We want you to see what we've done. And I think you, if Jennifer Kolb hasn't been let in yet, we might need to let her in. But she wanted to, I know she's watching on the YouTube stream. She is there, she has another partner at their level at the Lansing School District. And they're implementing this work currently in Lansing with their teachers. They're going to their board, and they're also going to try to ask the board if they can't find a way to financially incentivize this kind of learning. Because if a candidate takes a long, lengthy time to learn about a project-based implementation structure for their classroom, and they're studying on their own, they're partnering with their peers, they're implementing with their kids, they're learning from it, the results are through the roof, that candidate ought to be given an opportunity to be a credentialed project-based learning guru in the district, right? And how about a little financial incentive to make that learning even more meaningful? So I'm going to try to scooch out of this, maybe. Put my glasses back on. And I think, we did provide, you might have to open it for me, Eric. Did we give this one, Peggy? We did not. Okay, that's great. It doesn't, thanks. It doesn't print off very well because it is a, I think it's that one. Yes, please, thank you. So here was, Chairman Porter, you'll recognize this. This was the beginning of the micro conversation. They took our definition right here, and they started looking at it. This is still our older work. We have, under Christy's help and guidance with the subgroup of the Standards Board, we tweaked it to what I showed you earlier. But here's the piece that's so powerful. They took this document and they've created a tool for teachers that talks about what it is, why you would do it, when you would do it, where and how, who, the required components. And then they created a Google spreadsheet. I know that member Jean Clifford and I had talked about this with the Professional Standards Board. What are the tools that systems can use? And so they have a Google sheet that they're going to include all of this information that'll go out to all the educators. They're creating a management tool. They're helping educators take over their own learning and to create an opportunity for that in their system. So my concern about this whole initiative early on, I didn't know how we were going to do this from our office. I didn't know how we were going to guide it, how we were going to help systems. That was my birthday present from Lansing. They called, we had an hour-long Zoom meeting, they walked me through everything they were doing, and I was amazed and mystified and so excited because everything just sort of slipped into place then. Our systems can already do this under their current professional learning structure. Now, if you're blessing this opportunity today or at some point, that means that there is work that needs to be done with school systems on how to really create individualized professional learning paths for teachers. And I know Jennifer would be more than happy from Lansing to come and chat with you more about it if you ever wanted to. I couldn't be happier with the work that they have done. I couldn't be happier with the Standards Board, the work they have done. You see Christy stepping in. She's a member of our smaller committee from Standards Board that helped to lead this. The other thing I will tell you about a micro, they don't have to be created by a teacher sitting alone in a third grade classroom. Lots of electronic platforms for this, right? Bloomboard is one. NEA has one that works. There are several options for electronic professional learning for teachers. But I felt like it was really important to have you hear me first talk about what Christy could do in her classroom without an electronic platform. But that if you had the means and wanted to be a part of one of those electronic platforms, you could for professional learning for educators. So with that, I will stop rambling and answer any questions you may have. And Christy's here and would be happy to answer any that you may have as well.
And board members, we believe that the hand waving application is working now. We'll try that in a minute. I'm very excited about this also. This is something that I've been pushing almost to the point of being obnoxious, for, well, maybe past the point of being obnoxious for a while, because it just makes so much sense to me. Because as you and I both said, as school superintendents, we have planned things that we knew were bad, that we hated, and we see now the opportunity for people to actually determine what they need to get better and implement those processes to get better. Mm-hmm. Now, this doesn't mean that this is the only way you can get professional development points. This means that this is another option, another thing in the toolbox, but it is directly related to people being responsible for their own learning and developing those things. And we're looking at three pots, if I remember correctly. What I want to do as an individual, what I want to do to support the district goals, and what I want to do to support the school goals. Do I remember that right?
So yes, you do. It's to support my personal goals as an educator, the school district I work in, and possibly even statewide. I think there's more that we could do here. We have talented people in our state and on our staff who could create some opportunities that support your board goals to become a micro-credentialed social emotional expert. There's just a lot of opportunity yet. But this first two pieces that you talked about, how can I do it locally for individual and school level learning needs, that was where this all sort of clicked.
Okay, and we have a question from Ann Ma.
Thank you. I was under the impression we'd actually been doing micro-credentials for quite a while. I've been to workshops on it and teachers talked about it. So what is it that needs our blessing?
So we didn't really have a strong criteria. We professional learning people kept saying, you can do this now, you can do this now. But until I felt like I had, I don't know, more of the work that Christine and her team did to really clearly define it in language that teachers could understand and systems could use right away. The platforms have been there, Ann, you're right. The Bloomboard platform is there, and they could micro-credential that way if they chose to. I think, and I had another call yesterday from a system that said, do we have, like, they want y'all's, I really think they want a blessing, they want something, I think that indicates, yes, go that direction. We're excited about individual learning plans for teachers.
And if I may respond, Ann, I think I've actually had people on this committee tell me that they have been trying, and there's all sorts of aspects. They've been trying to negotiate compensation with, through the negotiation process, and visit with boards of education. And the boards of education say, yeah, we sort of think that's a good idea, but we need somebody to tell us it's all right. And so really what I think, and we're not going to do it today because we don't do it that way, but sort of an endorsement that we endorse this as a viable option for professional development, which is really not policy. It's just so that people can come back and say, okay, the Board of Education has said this is something that we can do. And it's more of an endorsement than anything else.
Yeah, and I would add too, to your earlier point, giving that blessing endorsement doesn't necessarily mean all 286 systems in our private systems have to suddenly throw the baby out and do this new thing. That is not it at all. This is another option under their current framework. We know that we have some regulation work that needs to be done in this regard as well. So, yeah.
We'll talk about that. At what stage are we in looking at the whole relicense process? I know that's not what you're here to talk about.
Yeah, no, it is high on the radar, and you see my good friend, my assistant director, Susan, sitting here. She has, there's a plan. The reg work seems to be taking a little bit longer before we tackle this next set, but there is a way to tie this learning in, to tie the individual learning of teachers into the relicensure plan in a more connected fashion.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, next month we will have on the action item an endorsement process for the micro-credential process, and we may need to work on language, or you and Peggy may need to work on language. I'm not a wordsmith, but to make sure that we say what we want to say, that we're not mandating anything.
Yeah.
We're just making clear that for those people who are reluctant to do anything different, that they know that we endorse individualized professional learning through micro-credentials as a viable option to improve instruction in Kansas.
Thank you.
Seeing none others, today we've not been 8 minutes early before, so.
I know. I'm not sure if my friends from the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program are there yet, Eric, or not. No? Okay. So they have the major portion of the presentation.
Oh yeah, you're down again, right?
Yes.
Well,
Are they ready? Okay.
Okay, our next
Yay.
item is a report from the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program, and it says here that I need to recognize Michelle.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So let me give you another quick reminder. When the state board, it's been 3 years ago, approved a pilot opportunity for paraprofessionals who had a bachelor's degree to enter into a program, special education, paraprofessionals who had a bachelor's degree to enter into a program of becoming the teacher of record. And we also at that same time had an elementary pilot for other bachelor degree candidates to enter a program and become teacher of record, sort of a fast track to the classroom, if you will. When that pilot opportunity came to a close and we collected our evaluation, we felt good about what we were recommending to you all as far as the special education paraeducator going into the special education classroom and becoming teacher of record. However, the elementary pilot was not as successful as we had hoped. You all charged us with exploring other options for alternative entry into an elementary classroom, and Dr. Charles King is here from the Kansas City Teacher Residency Program to visit with you all about an opportunity that you, again, might want to consider for a pathway to the elementary classroom. So Dr. King, do you have Andrew with you today as well, or is it just you?
No, I have Andrew with me as well.
All right, take it away.
See if you can get in. There he is. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing us some time to present the residency program to you all. We're excited. Commissioner Watson, it's great to see you again, and Chairman Porter and the rest of the board. It is great to meet you. I am going to present my screen, and we'll see. Hold on. There we go. And we'll get started. Okay. All right. As Michelle shared, my name is Charles King. I am the Chief Executive Officer and founder of the Kansas City Teacher Residency. And this is going on my 18th year in education, and in my 5th year as a part of this work as a teacher residency model. And so I am joined today as well with my colleague, and I'll let him introduce himself before we get started.
Thank you, Charles. My name is Andrew Stewart. I am the Director of Strategic Growth for the Kansas City Teacher Residency, founding staff with the organization, and going into 11 years within the education field, and my 5th year with the residency program. Just want to echo Charles' sentiment, excited to present the program to y'all, and also appreciative of the opportunity.
So what exactly is KCTR? So in 2016, KCTR launched with its first cohort of teacher residents, 38 residents within the Kansas City metropolitan area, serving both the traditional districts and charter school networks. And with that, in partnership with those districts and charter schools, we partnered with the Kaufman Foundation, the Walton Family Foundation, and the Sherman Family Foundation to launch what would be a model in which we are preparing individuals to learn how to be prepared to teach and make a deep commitment to working in high-need schools within the urban core. We are looking for those individuals who found teaching later in life and didn't go through the traditional program, career changers, recent college graduates who got their spirit to teach a little later in their university experience, and provide them an opportunity and a pathway that will get them ready to be in these schools. We are also in the AmeriCorps program, and partnered with the Missouri AmeriCorps on the Missouri side, and also have applied to be an AmeriCorps program in Kansas and going through that process as well.
So I'm going to walk us through how the program functions as an organization. So as Charles has alluded to, Our mission and goal is to develop and certify individuals who want to become classroom teachers. And in pursuit of that goal, we put them through a 4-year program. And so the first year of our program, which we title the residency year, is focused on strictly on that development. During that residency year, they spend the duration of that school year under the guidance and tutelage of a mentor teacher. We choose those from a pool of master teachers within our partner schools. And during that year, they teach alongside and learn alongside that individual who is the teacher of record for that classroom. In some ways, this is going to mirror a traditional teaching assistant or student teaching experience, but in many ways, it's a lot more than that. So towards the beginning of the year, the focus is predominantly on observation and learning. Towards the middle of the year, we shift into more of a co-teaching model. And towards the end of the school year of that first year of experience, most residents shift into a lead teaching role, while the mentor teacher shifts into a role where they provide feedback on a regular basis and predominantly observe. During that year, they receive coaching support not only from the partner school and the mentor teacher, but also from KCTR staff and our coaches. During that year, they attend seminar on Mondays. During those seminar courses, they learn all of the traditionally taught methods and mechanisms of education. So pedagogy, curriculum design, how to manage a classroom, how to construct classroom culture. The type of thing that you would typically see in an education program in a college university, that material is taught to them on Mondays. And that coursework counts towards their certification, as well as towards the first year of their master's degree that they complete in the second year of the program. That coursework is taught by our staff, who are designated as adjunct faculty for UMKC, which is our university partner. That coursework provides them with what we believe is a foundation of understanding about what goes into the art of teaching. And that works in collaboration with their experience on school grounds and in school classrooms alongside that mentor teacher to really cement a true understanding and a deep learning. Sorry. I'll keep going. A deep understanding of what education looks like and prepares them to be the certified teacher and teacher of record for the following year. During the second, third, and fourth year of our program, residents continue to work alongside our instructional coaches. At this point, they become resident graduates, fully certified teachers of record in their own classroom. And during that time frame, during that second year, they complete their master's degree. And years 3 and 4, they receive differentiated supports from our staff. So for the duration of that 4 years, they continue to receive ongoing support from our team and ongoing support from our organization, predominantly through the frame of instructional coaching that comes from our coaches. Again, during that second year, they complete a master's degree. Once they've completed those 4 years, they move to alumni status. Many of our residents, graduates, move on to become mentor teachers themselves, which is a particular mechanism of this program that we're really excited about. But offers a bit of an overview of what goes into that learning experience that allows them to become certified. In the conclusion of this year, at the conclusion of the first year, they receive certification. Conclusion of the second year, they receive the master's degree. And I guess maybe the thing that I would just lift up about this model before we move on to the next slide is it really is deliberate. It's an extended runway. There are over 1,000 hours of coursework and clinical experience that are baked into that year. This is not a shortcut to the classroom. It's not a shortcut to education. It's not a shortcut to certification. It is an accelerated pathway to becoming a teacher and educator. It's intensive, and we oftentimes warn our applicants that this is not a traditional education program. It's not 12, 15 hours a week. It is a very huge commitment for the duration of that year, and a worthwhile one because they come out on the other side of that residency year prepared to take over a classroom themselves. So that's just a little bit about the programmatic structure. There are a number of supports that KCTR provides both residents as well as our school partners. So our organization manages recruitment. So we go out and find individuals who are interested in becoming classroom educators. As Charles mentioned, oftentimes those are individuals who are deeply committed to education, but for one reason or another, chose another career path initially. So this is maybe what you might imagine when you think about alternative certification. Someone who's had professional experience to a certain point. Maybe they sell insurance. Maybe they're in sales of some other type. Perhaps they're an attorney or some, a nurse. Any number of different professions have applied and gotten into our program. But we go out and find individuals that want to become teachers. And we bring them into the organization, put them through an exhaustive and extensive selection process to ensure that they're prepared to teach and prepared to be excellent leaders in the classroom. And then we admit them into the program. The coaching supports that KCTR provides, I've mentioned these a couple of times already. We have a team of instructional coaches. It's the largest concentration of staff within our organization. And those individuals are highly trained, highly effective, and their goal is to ensure that residents are good for kids, that they are implementing the best practices possible in the classroom. And they do that through observing the resident on a weekly basis, and then working alongside the resident, the mentor teacher, and leadership on school grounds in order to ensure that those individuals are developing on track. The development component we've already touched on, but we really focus on curriculum design. We focus on ensuring that they are prepared to teach, are prepared to develop a classroom that's inclusive and that is culturally responsive, but also one that's focused on academic excellence. And so that development can take a lot of different frames. One of the things I'll mention here is it's highly differentiated. So one of the things that's great about our program is because we're relatively small, we have the ability to adapt our programmatic focus and adapt our coaching to whatever a particular resident might need. Different residents develop at different rates, and so we make sure that people get what they need in order to become effective for kids. And then lastly, our residents and resident graduates, as well as alumni, form a network of individuals that can provide one another with support. It's not uncommon to find 3, 4, sometimes as many as 6 or 8 residents that are couched in the same building after a few years. And so they perform and provide a network for one another, whether it's just sharing resources or talking through some of the challenges that exist, providing support for one another, both during the residency years as well as those following years as teacher of record. When I think about what this program ultimately provides school partners as well as our state partner right now, it's an increase in teacher quality. I don't think that it's unfounded, and we have a lot of evidence that suggests that individuals who leave our program are highly effective. So these aren't just people, they're not just warm bodies. We're not just trying to produce someone to fill an opening or a vacancy. We're constructing individuals who are going to be good for kids and are going to produce academic as well as social and emotional results. And so we believe that there's an increase in teacher quality through partnership with us. Our program has a higher than average rate of teacher retention. Charles will talk more about that here in a moment, but our organization works really hard to ensure that people stay in the profession. We know that healthy attrition is a real thing. Some people aren't cut out and aren't meant to be teachers, but we also know that a lot of people walk away from the profession in the early stages due to lack of support, due to not feeling successful, or due to burnout. And our program is exclusively focused at times on ensuring that individuals have what they need in order to stay sustained throughout those first few years. Our school partners often see an increase in the diversity of their teaching staffs through our partnership. Our organization does intentionally recruit both people of color as well as men to the profession. And in that respect, our cohorts tend to have higher than average numbers of both people of color and men. As a result, partnership with us oftentimes means that our school partners see an increase in the number of those identities that are working in their schools, as well as an increase in the diversity socioeconomically and in terms of class. And then lastly, and there's a lot of research that's sort of couched in the back end of these slides surrounding this, we know that it's expensive for district and school partners to replace people when they leave the profession, when they leave the school. And so we believe that there's a lot of financial savings that come about as a part of our partnership. And I think a lot of times when we talk about education, sometimes there's not enough of a focus on what happens financially because it does ultimately impact the way the buildings function and it does impact the resources that schools have. We believe that partnering with us because of the teacher retention component means an increase in cost savings for our partners because they're not replacing the same number of teachers that they would be otherwise. I'll turn it over to Charles to talk just a little bit about outcomes and results for us so far.
Our focus is recruiting and preparing highly effective teachers and developing and ensuring that they are being the teachers that our students need them to be. And as a program over the last, within the last 5 years, we have matriculated close to 200 individuals into our program. But as you can see here, we've had 137 graduates of our program. And a large part of that is that residency year is a critical year in which we look at as a healthy exit ramp for individuals who are not ready yet to be in the classroom. And that is something that we take pride in as a residency program and as a residency model that ensures that individuals who are completing the program are truly ready to enter the classrooms and are ready to stay. Because as you can see, the retention rate that we find, that once our graduates are in classrooms over the course of 3 years is significantly higher than that of what you find traditionally across the country and in most states. Similarly, our percentages for teachers of color and for men are higher than what you would find in other programs within the metro area. A large part of our model, which Andrew spoke to, is about, how do we get people who have deep roots to the communities in which we work with? And we do that intentionally because we know that that is also a driving force towards retention. And so here we have more than 90% of our program participants are Kansas City native. That means they've either were born and raised in Kansas City, moved away, and now are coming back, or they have close family connections to the Kansas City metro area. And so that is keeping them here longer. Some of the impacts that you can see with the different schools and LEAs that we work with. So currently to date, KCTR is serving in more than 50 schools across the Kansas City metro and 20 different individual LEAs. And right now we have impacted, over the course of these first 5 years, over more than 10,000 students have been touched by the KCTR program. And we are nearing 100 graduates who will have received a master's degree. And we're currently certifying in 5 areas in the state of Missouri, and we'll be adding a 6th one in special education come this summer.
So Charles and I have talked a lot about what we do as an organization and kind of what KCTR's function is. I want to be clear and transparent about what we ask for from partners, from the school districts and individual school sites that we work with. We ask for a $15,000 placement fee per resident. There's a number of things that a school site receives in return for that fund, but that's the price point that we ask school partners to buy in at. There's a deposit that we ask districts as a whole and as an entity to provide in order to hold the partnership. And in terms of the working and functional relationship, there's continuous collaboration that we ask for from principals, from HR specialists within districts, from district leadership, assistant superintendents, or whoever ultimately winds up being our liaison within the districts we work with. We ask for their support in resident recruitment and the placement and development of those residents. We ask for their support in identifying mentor teachers and then developing and selecting those mentor teachers, as well as figuring out where a graduate, once they've completed the residency year and are a certified teacher, where those individuals are going to teach. Most often it winds up being the site that they were developed in and were a resident at. But if that's not the case, we look to find a location within the district that they can be effective, a place that they can call home. We also really ask for a lot of collaboration and intentionality around graduate development and training. We know that 1 year of development isn't sufficient. That's why we provide more than 1 year. But we oftentimes deliberately collaborate with school partners to figure out what the ongoing supports look like for a resident. I don't want to get too into the weeds here, but in terms of the specifics, that can look like a number of different things. We oftentimes get as granular as talking through the specific growth areas for a particular resident when they're leaving the classroom with their mentor teacher and going on to become a teacher of record. So there's a record that follows that individual of strengths and weaknesses, areas of growth, so that the district can continue to provide ongoing support. And so that person can be the best they can be for that classroom that they're going to go into as teacher of record the next year. The last piece here, and this is something that can look a lot of different ways depending on the partner. But when we work with districts and partners, we do need a shared vision of what equity in education looks like. We know that those words can mean a lot of different things to different individuals, but our focus when we work with school partners is ensuring that everybody is aligned on the philosophy behind every kid deserving a high quality education. In execution, again, we can disagree about some of the specifics and sometimes do, but ultimately we need to have some level of philosophical alignment in order to move forward with partnership. As Charles mentioned in that previous slide, we found a lot of high quality partners and a lot of districts as well as CMOs on the Missouri side who've been interested in partnering with us and have continued to partner with us, many for upwards of 5 years at this point. And we're excited about the opportunity to do the same in Kansas. We believe that the program provides a unique value proposition for school districts. And we think that we have a really amazing program that ultimately sort of makes a case for itself when we look at the outcomes that come about as a result of it. I want to pause here. I've talked a lot. Charles has shared thoughts as well, and just open up for any questions and points of clarification that we can offer around the program, around our strategy for the upcoming year, anything else that might feel relevant.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Ben Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and the insights. I have 2 questions, and one of them is probably more geared toward Michelle than it is you guys. How similar in terms of model is it to the transition to teach model that we have for secondary? Is there similar? When I was going through the timeline, the timelines are very similar, and some of the requirements. I know elementary is a little bit different because it's not a specialized issue, but similar.
Restricted license right now. This could fulfill that gap for us. The piece I think that's on the second half of their presentation is their partnership. We've encouraged them to explore opportunities to partner with a Kansas college, and they are working on that opportunity as well. But there would be similarities, Ben, but because we would be thinking about this more for elementary, that would be our first foray into any kind of alternative opportunity for elementary folks.
But in terms of modeling, it's similar.
Yes.
To that. And the other question I have is this program. This might be more for them. Is this more geared toward metro areas, or can this be applied to rural areas as well? I know we covered a lot of the KC metro area, but that covers 3 counties in Kansas. We have 102 other counties that need the attention to. So, I mean, how does this look like in a rural setting?
Yeah, it's a phenomenal question, and one that we've talked a lot with Michelle as well as other representatives from the state of Kansas about. Charles and I talk a lot about the metro area because that's what we know, and we want to. One of the things my mom raised me to do was to focus on what you know and be humble about what you don't. We know that there would need to be elements of the program that would need to be adapted if we were to expand beyond the metro area. I don't want to overstate and I don't want to overpromise, but there absolutely is an ambition for us to move beyond our current footprint and to look at what lies farther west. We know that for the state of Kansas, that's where perhaps the deepest need lies. What we know with a lot of certainty is that the model works outside of urban core and metro areas. The example that is probably closest to mind for me is the Betcher residency in the state of Colorado. Began in Denver, predominantly focused on that region as well as the extended Denver statistical area, and has gone on to include a variety of different satellite locations all over the state, many of which are located in much more rural environments throughout Colorado. And one of the mechanisms that we didn't talk much about is the way in which we recruit. Betcher follows the same type of model that we do when it comes to recruitment, which is that there is a focus on college level recruiting, people who are graduating, people who are career changers and already live within districts and areas. But there's also a focus on sort of grow your own models where we support districts in taking individuals who are already working in a school in some capacity, paraprofessional, translator, front office staff, maybe a counselor or a social worker, and supporting that individual and becoming a classroom teacher. When I think about the westward element for the state of Kansas, I think one of the challenges can be encouraging people to relocate. And I think one of the elements that's really powerful about the residency model is we don't necessarily have to do that. We can look for people that are already living and working in the community and help support them in transitioning into a different role. We've seen that exact scenario play itself out in probably the more rural of our school district partners in Hickman Mills. A lot of people already working within the school district call it home, send their kids to schools in that area, looking to transition into the classroom. So again, I don't want to overpromise. We want to get started with districts and school partners that are pretty close to home for us. But there absolutely is the ambition to expand westward if we were to be approved and kind of look at what our options are if we prove successful within the state.
Well, I appreciate that insight. And just before my vice chair just comes out of her seat, even if this helps solve the need in that area of the state, it's worth doing. You're welcome, Janet. In terms of that,
if I may, I'll just name. I'm from the sticks in Missouri, so that type of region is near and dear to my heart, and so we're all about the possibility of making a difference in that space.
You've been to Southeast Missouri. in terms of that. But anyway, I appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing where this goes. I think as close to, and this is just an opinion, to keep it as simple as possible sometimes for our local schools to do is similar to transition to teach, not model. I think would be as close as we can. I know it's a little bit different because it's elementary versus secondary, and it presents its own challenge. I think would be beneficial for our admins and for those people looking into it and partnering with, the teacher colleges is a good step to keep it as aligned as possible for simplicity's sake. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. King, is there anything in the other few slides as we watch the time and respect the board's agenda for today that you wanted to touch on?
Yes, I can definitely we can go through some of the additional context and materials. So give me 1 second.
Before we do that, we have a question from Ann Ma.
Oh,
I'm really interested in this
Yes.
because I know our transition to teaching program has some issues. And one of it is you show up the first day, you're the teacher of record, you've never had a class in pedagogy, maybe a few days, and there you are. And you got to go get your master's degree and complete it in the first year. I don't know how people get through it, and I watched somebody do it. And then the mentoring is iffy. So there are a lot of things about this that appeal to me, particularly how you kind of ease into it the first year. But do you work with a Missouri university to do the master's? Is it online? How is that done?
yeah. So we do work with the University of Missouri, Kansas City to issue the master's as a hybrid model currently right now. So it's done part in person and the part online, and it depends on the course. I would say that is something we would explore and working with the Kansas University partner as well, whether or not it would be a hybrid or if it'd be best suited to be online, just given where the different sites would be located.
So about how many hours does it take to get that master's then? I assume they start right off the bat.
Yes. So as Andrew shared, the first year of our program, so it's a 30-hour master's degree, or 36 hours, excuse me. And the first 18 are completed in the first year of the residency year. And so the University of Missouri, Kansas City has coded the hours that are earned towards certification in Missouri as also going towards their master's degree. And then they will complete the second year of their master's degree from the start of the summer after the residency year, and then they'll complete it the following summer after their coursework.
Okay, thank you. And then, do you guys do the mentoring, or does somebody at the school where they're teaching do the mentoring?
Yeah, so coaching comes from two sources throughout the residency year. Every resident is assigned to one specific mentor teacher on a school site. So let's say it's Dr. or Mr. Stewart in fourth grade. A resident would be assigned to that individual. They're in their classroom from the time the school day begins until the time the school day ends. That person receives a stipend. The resident mentor receives a stipend for their participation. Our coaches continue to support both the resident and the mentor teacher. And mentor teachers are chosen through a collaborative process between us and building leadership. So we consult with principals, or sometimes when relevant and appropriate district leadership, to determine who's going to play that mentorship role. You mentioned before that mentorship can be iffy. We're selective. One of the prerequisites in order to place a resident in a school building period is that there is a strong mentor teacher there to serve in that capacity. And so we're choosy when it comes to those elements. But that individual is the primary coach for the resident for the duration of that year. And so we instill in our building leaders and our partners the idea that while our coaches are going to be there once a week and provide ongoing support and oftentimes be that lifeline for residents when they struggle or when they need support, at the end of the day, it's the mentor teacher that provides the first line of support and most ongoing and consistent development for the residents. So it's important that those individuals are well chosen.
Thank you.
We find that especially with ongoing.
Do we have time for one more? I have one more question, and so it comes down to the money. I know when we talked to the Teach for America people, it costs like $250,000 to get one person through the program. So it's kind of a twofold question. One, do you get paid while you're in the residency? And then What if AmeriCorps decides they don't want to fund this anymore? That's it?
I'll grab that first one and let Charles take the second. So residents receive a $20,000 stipend for their participation in the program for the residency year. They also receive a financial package that includes a number of education awards, grants, as well as full benefits should they opt into those the same way that most employers provide.
So they're paying for their masters, they pay for
Yes.
the masters, but they get a 20,000 stipend?
That's correct.
Okay,
And then about somewhere between $14,000 and $16,000 in education awards. On the Missouri side, because of our participation with AmeriCorps, it would look similar in Kansas should we be certified as an effective program. I'll let Charles talk about the sort of impact of the AmeriCorps piece too.
So in the event that we're not funded by AmeriCorps or AmeriCorps funding goes away, our commitment is to maintain the partnership. And so we would definitely leverage the philanthropic community within the Kansas City area that is supportive of this of the counties within Kansas and Wyandotte and Johnson County to make sure that we can continue to sustain those models. Because the consistency that happens within a partnership is what's most important, and that's where we've seen the most success happen. We're hoping that doesn't happen where we lose funding from AmeriCorps, but if that scenario were to take place, then we would definitely lean on our philanthropic community.
Okay. Well, since Jim's gone, I'll ask, what do you think it costs average to get one person through this program?
So it depends on, I would just offer a point of clarification around that question. Costs who? So if you're talking about what it costs us, we can speak to that. As far as what it would cost the state or school districts, those answers might be a little bit different. Charles?
Yeah, so the total cost all in is roughly $75,000 per resident and graduate, and this goes towards their stipend for the residency year, the mentor teacher stipend that KCTR pays directly to the mentor, the coaching and supports over 4 years, and while they're in the program, and any additional methods courses or any other supports that we offer to them. That's it. It's a expense. People will say like the residency model is expensive, but when I look at the cost that districts invest to recruit, hire, train new teachers to then turn over, that's a nominal. It's a nominal fee. Now to Andrew's. Andrew talked a little bit about the district's commitment and investment, and then also can speak to our long-term hopes, right? Especially as we're thinking about expansion westward and what that investment could look like.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, districts pay $15,000 flat fee to host a resident. They need to provide us with a deposit that's equal to one resident when they enter into the partnership. But in terms of revolving costs, that's all that districts pay. They pay for the resident upfront fee. There's no ongoing fee once they've paid to host that resident. That's the conclusion of that. As it stands, when we think about state funding and things like that, we'd love to be considered for those elements, but that's not our model as it stands. We're predominantly funded by two things, which is revenue streams, as I mentioned before, the funding that comes from the placement fee, as well as philanthropy and grants. So I know that oftentimes when we talk to representation from different states, whether it's Kansas or Missouri, the question is, what's this going to cost the state? And without giving away the farm here, right now, nothing, so to speak. We're asking for approval to be a certified entity here, but we're not asking for funding at this time. I think that, to Charles' point, if we were looking at westward expansion, we were looking at establishing satellites or supporting communities and counties that are farther west, philanthropy may be harder to come by in those spaces. And so if that's the endeavor, then we might need to talk to leadership from the state of Kansas about how we can collaborate on that. But I think as it stands right now, we're very good at securing the funding we need in order to support our residents and our school partners. And we take pride in being good stewards of the funds that we are given.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank you guys. We're getting behind schedule right now, so I would thank you. This is very exciting, and I'd like to tell the board members that we will be revisiting this next month. it'll be to either approve or to reject, whichever we choose. And I understand you two will be back with us next month to answer more questions. So therefore, we will certainly welcome you and thank you, because it's very exciting. I think, let's face it, we have a teacher shortage, and my fear is that it's going to get worse before it gets better. So thank you for what you're doing, and we look forward to visiting with you next month.
Oh,
Thank
yeah, I
you.
have one
Thanks,
question.
gentlemen.
Is there anything, first of all, Andrew, this has nothing to do, I'm sorry I had to step out a minute to take an important telephone call about another issue. I spent about 3 decades in Missouri. I want to know where the sticks are.
I'm from the Osho, southwest
Okay,
corner in
yeah,
Newton
I know
County.
where
My parents both live in McDonald County currently.
okay. Now, this is the department. Is there anything in this program, are there any barriers to licensure in this program?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, other than working with them to determine the appropriate license for the candidate that they would be putting into the classroom. But that's been the beautiful conversation, is we really felt like we could work comfortably with KCTR to promote a residency option, and that to Ann's point, it wouldn't cost you $250,000.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And now we're going, thank you, gentlemen, for both being here. And now we're going to move to solving the teacher problem to vaping and smoking. We're very flexible. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. How are you doing?
Great. I won't call.
Yeah. Chairman Porter, fellow board members, and Commissioner Watson, thank you for allowing me to present to you today. I am joined by 2 others, Jordan Roberts with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and Sarah Prem with the American Lung Association. And I will provide just a quick update on where we stand with the e-cigarette vaping task force. Give you a chance to look over a new resource that has come out that we will be promoting. That handout is coming by. Then I will turn it over to Jordan, who will provide an update on the cessation subgroup, their activity. And finally, we will have Sarah Prem, who will update us on where things stand with Kansas legislature regarding Tobacco 21 and vaping-related legislation. So as you know, pandemic interrupted a number of things and kind of took the public health focus off of vaping. Prior to the pandemic, vaping was very high on the public health interest list. But we continued to meet into the spring and have met sporadically since then, but much of our work has been with the cessation subgroup, which has moved forward quite a bit. We do have a vaping task force meeting set up for 1 week from today. So next Tuesday, February 16th, we will be meeting where we will continue to chart our next steps, talk about emerging resources and how we need to continue to get information, quality information in the hands of schools. What you were just handed is a 2-page flyer that has a new program that the Truth Initiative has come up with. The Truth Initiative, from my perspective, is one of the best quality tobacco education and intervention resources. So this is Vaping, Know the Truth, which offers, it's targeted for grade levels 8 through 12, offers 4 digital lessons that can be completed within 40 minutes entirely, targeted to students, and offers 4 lessons. One of them is Know. Second is Uncover. Third is Overcome. And 4 is Change. And it's all on basically empowering the the student to take charge of, understand what vaping is, what it may be doing to them, and help them take the next steps to get past use. So with that being said, I would like to turn it over to Jordan and let her give you an update on where things stand relative to the cessation subgroup.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to speak and share on all of the awesome work that we're doing with the cessation subgroup. It's really kind of taken on a life of its own. Very motivated people and really excited to get this work going. So I believe you guys were last briefed about this information at your November meeting from Hina Shaw. But so we've had a few developments since then, but I just wanted to kind of go over really quickly what the project is that we're working on. So the cessation subgroup is started planning for a project to provide and empower school health professionals with the tools and techniques necessary to ask, advise, and connect youth to cessation resources and treatment. Just for your background, we've never really had to look into youth cessation before these products were put out on the market, because, you know, there's so much nicotine in these products, and, you know, kids have the freedom to virtually do it anywhere because it's so easy to hide. There's virtually no scent, as you guys very well know. So this project is created, sorry if you hear my dog, to address barriers linking to youth treatment through a specialized training method called Project ECHO. And this program will be open to all school healthcare professionals in Kansas. And the target audience, when we say school health professionals, it includes, but it is not limited to school nurses, counselors, social workers, athletic trainers, health teachers, coaches, family and consumer science teachers, anybody that we could see as really that front line health worker when it comes to youth and tobacco use. So Project ECHO will consist of a kickoff meeting actually this August 2021, followed by a release of some didactic pre-recorded webinars that should brief each participant with the knowledge that they need beforehand to effectively participate in these more intensive sessions. So we're planning for 5 weekly sessions starting about mid-September. And the reason why we have to, this has to be put off a little bit because we've got a lot of people, a lot of good information. So we really want to do it right. So hopefully, these 5 topics that will be included are connecting healthcare professionals to resources, discussing the legal rights, like how do you navigate a discussion with the students? When do you need to involve their parents? How do you involve their parents without breaking trust of the student? Just kind of navigating those discussions, communication strategies such as awareness, best practices, how to inform teachers and staff and parents, and then treatment resistance, which is kind of like the psychology thought about it, like how do you navigate this conversation with a young person? And then the last one is vaping and athletics. So those are 5 topics that we are really excited to dive into. And just so for your reference, these conversations haven't been had before. So we're trying to do the best we can to prepare for it. And one of the ways that we really want to make sure that we're doing the right thing is to invite those representatives from our target audience. So those school health professionals, and then perhaps ultimately the ultimate target audience, which is young people. So right now we are currently in the process of determining funding. We're able to leverage some funding from KDHE, and then we're possibly looking at applying for some grant funding through KU Med, and then also planning for curriculum development and identifying team leads for each of these 5 different curriculum topics. So we're meeting monthly, things are progressing, and we're really excited to be able to provide a service and really inform these school health professionals about some resources and find out the best ways to help our kids in Kansas.
And this is, the intent is really to provide a foundation, a very wide, very informed foundation across the state, so that if individuals had questions specific to vaping on any of these topics, whether it was communication or resources or resistance, or if they're wanting to look at extracurricular activities and athletics, that we would have the infrastructure in place to be able to provide assistance. And Jordan did mention the cost when we were initially approached, when this was initially broached. The price tag was $5,000 for one echo. And we're looking at doing 5 echoes. So that's 20, you know, if you just simply say that each one's 5,000, that would be 25,000. Well, the way it's working out, it doesn't look like it's going to cost that much, but there are enough interested parties that it doesn't seem like financial support is going to be a barrier. That between KDHE, between KU Med, and others that are involved in this, it appears that we aren't going to have to be, you know, out on the street corner asking for change. So let's go to Sarah with a legislative update, and when she's done, then we'll just open it up for questions.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks for having us here today. Just so you know, I'm Lung Association, but I also am the president of Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition. So that's kind of the hat I'm wearing right now as I speak to you. So as you recall, last session we did have a Tobacco 21 bill. It died on the calendar with the COVID shutdown in March, and they're on a 2-year cycle, so it was over. So at the beginning of this session, just about a month ago, it was brought back. It was called HB 2061. It was very similar to what we ended up with last session, including of an inadequate flavor ban. If you recall, it was e-cigarettes only, and there was an exemption for menthol flavor. And we know that flavor is a very important part of youth initiation. And if the only flavor that's left is menthol, that is the flavor they will migrate to. What we've learned kind of since then is, so between August of 2019 and May of 2020, when we had the federal flavor prohibition go into effect, menthol sales went from 11% to 52% of total e-cigarette sales, and that's that migration to menthol. And that was when Juul had suspended in-store sales of the fruity and the sweet flavors. We also, the federal flavor prohibition took effect February of 2020. And that exempted the disposable pods and the pre-filled e-cigarette type things. So now those things are accounting for 3/4 of e-cigarette sales. So everybody has just migrated to what isn't being regulated from a flavor standpoint. So it's just to put a fine point on that, under those federal guidelines that came out in 2020, it was the disposable and open system refillable devices that were still offering flavors, all of the flavors. Now that said, HB 2061 was struck from the agenda of the House Federal and State Affairs Committee last week. It was going to be discussed. And I understand that Dr. Epley, who is the sponsor of it, is going to offer a substitute for 2061. I have not seen that. It's not available yet. I did reach out to his office yesterday to see if I could get some more details on it. So we don't have that yet. And I'm not sure what will be in the substitute. So we'll have to just keep you posted on that. Another tobacco issue that is going to be coming forward later in the session is the potential to increase the tobacco tax. And the reason I bring that up in this context is that we know how the impact of just $1 increase in a tobacco tax, it has significant public health benefits, particularly among youth. So you're getting into a price range that is starting to either prevent kids from starting or make the habit a little too expensive. And so the proposal, I understand, should be about $1.50 a pack increase. So added to our $1.29, that would bring us to $2.79 a pack for a tax rate. We would go from the 33rd highest tax to approximately the 12th. So that would be a significant increase. But what we anticipate, and this data comes from the Coalition for Tobacco-Free Kids, with that increase of $1.50, we can expect to see a 15.5% decrease in youth smoking, 9,600 fewer youth under 18 becoming adult smokers, and approximately 2,000 fewer young adult smokers. That's the 18 to 24 range. So the tobacco tax has great potential to impact youth smoking and vaping. So we'll see how that turns out. Obviously, the session is dealing with, I think it's $150 million deficit right now. So the tobacco tax could only help that. And then the last thing I did want to mention is that in March, on the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, the Taking Down Tobacco-Free Kansas Coalition is going to be hosting the Taking Down Tobacco Day, which is our virtual advocacy day with the Resist program. So it will be, the kids will have a chance to meet with their legislators and talk about tobacco tax, talk about flavors, talk about the health inequity and cigarettes. That I've been part of the planning group. I think it's going to be a really good and exciting event for the kids. We're going to have the meetings, we're going to have a rally, and I think we're going to be having a press conference as well. So we're real excited about getting the kids involved to impact tobacco legislation.
Thank you, Sarah. The Taking Down Tobacco, that is the former Kick Butts Day, right? Okay.
Yes.
So it has evolved. Also, if you would, or if you could, you had mentioned to me that they might be coming back with a skinny bill. Could you give an idea of what might be included in a skinny bill?
Sure, and that is a little bit what I suspect might be the substitute. But the skinny bill is basically it's a cross out of 18 to 21. So you all know that we went to 21 federally, but the states all have to bring their own statutes up to federal. And I believe we had a total of 3 years to do it, which when it started, I think we have until July of 23. But it's very important to get that age change because Department of Revenue, Department of Aging, we get the block grant funding, the SINAR funds. So we need to bring that into alignment with the federal. So that's a simple cross out of 18 to 21. The other possible things we might see in a skinny bill, and these would be the only things, would be our current statute, just with these 2 or 3 little things. One is the age, which isn't a little thing, but it's sort of a done deal. Also, it's possible we'll see the addition of the e-cigarette consumable material to these seizable materials, what the Department of Revenue can seize. Currently, I don't believe they can seize e-cigarette juice, so they would want that added. And it's possible that we will see e-cigarettes added to the Clean Indoor Air Act, which was something that was in last year's bill. It had started as it's a standalone. So, I don't have I can't give you any real guarantees any of that's going to happen, but there was some talk, certainly among Department of Revenue and Department of Aging, that if we could get that age change done, that is really important for the tobacco control program going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. At this point, I believe we're open for questions.
Do you know why the bill was taken, moved from that, or blocked from that committee?
I do not know that.
Questions? question? Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. I was just looking at this about, it talked about they claim it's increased. I think it was 2020 what I saw on here or something. Was that data done after the pandemic, when they closed schools? I'm just curious about what closing schools, did that help it, hurt it, or do anything on the use of vaping?
I know, Jordan, or Sarah, do either of you have any idea what the pandemic and closing of schools has done to youth use of vaping products?
Yeah, so we don't have a clear answer to that. It could, either way, right? Kids have more time to spend at home alone and maybe get more addicted to vaping. But on the other hand, they aren't around those social pressures anymore. And so a lot of kids don't own their own vape. They share that vape around the school with different kids. And we've also heard that discussing lung health has been a really great message when it comes to teens right now, especially because we know that kids who use vape or smoke are 5 to 7 times more likely to get COVID. And that's been a really strong talking point. But we don't know exactly what the pandemic has done to youth vaping and here in Kansas. But we will definitely get that data maybe in a year or so. But there will be more national data coming out here soon to let us know. And we usually mirror national data. So we will certainly update you guys with that information once we get it. I'm anxious to know too.
I was just curious if there was any data on even how many vapes are selling. Have they increased in sales? Because I don't know, I would like to know about the kids, but particularly if they've increased in sales, that tells us a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
that's a great, I can look into that.
thank you.
Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is more of an informational item for colleagues. Dean and I did submit testimony on behalf of the board, pending the board priorities. We did submit testimony in support of the bill the hearing that got canceled last week. In the hour-and-a-half window, we had to get it done Monday, so I did want to express to the board that we as a board do support this legislation going forward, and that we did do that on behalf of the board last week.
Yeah, it is a part of our legislative priorities, and thank you for doing that. Melanie.
I did some work in late 2019, and I was very surprised to learn from a group of high school kids from several different schools that I worked with that they didn't think that vaping was a health problem for them at all. And so I'm curious, as you talk about cessation and helping kids quit, and I hear that this program basically starts at 8th grade, and this is more a question for you, Mark, what are we doing for kids below 8th grade to keep them from starting in the first place?
Yeah. Well, the task force developed a comprehensive tobacco-free school grounds policy statement that includes all of vaping that is recommended that school districts adopt, and that would be comprehensive for all grade levels. The task force has also developed some materials that we've sent directly to schools, and we've tried to tailor those so that they would reach, even down to like 3rd grade levels. So we are involving counselors in the process, and then the disciplinary recommendations that we developed and were approved by the state board again are tailored for all ages. But the challenge, and Jordan might be able to address this better than I, but the challenge is getting it in the hands of parents and being able to relate at the level a student needs to hear it to understand why they should be concerned or why they should stay away. Jordan, specifics on how we're attempting to address the younger populations?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm the program manager for Resist, which is a statewide youth-led tobacco prevention program. We have 63 established chapters, and it is for 8th grade to 12th grade. But one of our best things that we always share is peer-to-peer education, right? And we encourage our established resist chapters to educate their peers. And the best way to do it is to have a high school resist chapter come into the middle school, and the middle school resist chapter comes into the elementary school and has those discussions. But you're right, these kids are starting to use these products. I mean, sadly, even before, like in fifth, fourth grade. So we certainly need to be having these discussions. I think we can do better about how much education we're providing. We could always do more. But that's something that we're doing within the Resist program. The reason why we don't necessarily target that below sixth grade level is because of what Mark said. When we do our education pieces, it's like you have to kind of tailor that education to the kids' like reading knowledges and things like that. So, but we certainly know that it's important to reach them at a young age. And we encourage our local resist chapters to go to those elementary schools and teach those students what they know about tobacco and to prevent them from using.
Okay, thank you very much for presenting, and thank you, Mark, for the answer.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
Jordan, you mentioned 63 chapters. Just want to give you an opportunity to kind of pat your back a little bit. What kind of increase has that been over the last couple of years?
So from 2019, we had 23 chapters in the summer of 2019. And then honestly, all of that increase happened before COVID. So we were at 61 chapters in March of last year. So a huge increase in the amount of interest and local community, grassroots movement and trying to take this epidemic back, right? So COVID, the pandemic, has certainly had its impact on our program as well. And we understand schools are busy, they are doing other things, but we have progressed a lot, and we definitely have some chapters that are really chomping at the bit to like do something in person. So we tried to get our big event each year, Kick Butts Day, now Take Down Tobacco Day at the Capitol. Last year we had almost 200 kids come up to the Capitol and get to have the meetings with those legislators. So we're trying to make up for it by still having t-shirts and still letting them meet with their legislators, but it's certainly created a barrier for us, but we're hopeful, and hopefully we're also going to have some mini grant opportunities for our chapters to do tobacco park assessments this summer. So that'll be fun. So just trying to get creative and think about ways to engage people virtually while we can. But yeah, thanks, Mark, for letting me add a little.
Because you can't just look at the numbers and say that one caused the other, but when you look at the fact that in 2018 vaping exploded, and then you start seeing the work that Jordan and Sarah and others have done, and then you see a rise in numbers from 23 chapters to 61 chapters, it's a likely indicator that is resonating with schools and communities across the state.
Do we have questions from Ann?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My big issue along has been cessation, because we know we've got thousands of kids out there hooked on this stuff. And nobody wants to give kids drugs to wean them off like we do cigarettes for adults. But are you guys convinced these online digital classes are going to get the job done? Do we have any data on that, or are kids participating?
The KDHE just purchased another piece of the National Jewish Health Quit line, which is called My Life, My Quit. I think we've on this before. And you know what? We've had it for a year now, and we're struggling to get kids enrolled, right? It's something that, they aren't really used to. So that just online cessation resources isn't going to do the job. And I think that's why we want to do this Project Echo. We want to reach out to those people who are on the front lines, those school health professionals who would certainly help if they knew how, right? And so we're hoping to educate them and not only and then educate us for us to have this discussion, bring cases and situations and how to deal with it. So I'm hoping that that's what this Project Echo will help us do. And so, I'll leave it at that. Hopefully Project Echo can certainly help, but no, these online cessation things won't do the trick. So we'll need to do more for sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Betty.
Thank you. Quick question. Has a profile of a student, the likely one that might trend toward vaping, has that been developed? And if so, could you share a little information on that?
It's not just like that one kid, right? Like whenever, well, at least my age, like we're 90s, like it's not the kid that's underneath the stairwell that's not involved in anything. It's everybody. It's the cheerleader. It's your star football player. It's the kids in the band. It's everyone. And we haven't been able to really, singularly figure out who. But it's usually more often than not middle class white people for the most part, because vaping is kind of expensive. I mean, these products are kind of expensive. So you have to have access, and two, you have to have the funds to be able to purchase it too. So there isn't one exact profile of a type of kid, which makes it all harder, right? Because if we did, then we could really target our approaches. But right now, it's kind of universal.
I seem to recall a study that came out of either South Carolina or North Carolina, would have been well over a year ago, where they tried to quantify that very, trying to figure out, okay, who do we target? And I think that what they found was that unlike many other drugs, that this crosses just about everything. It crosses gender, it crosses ethnicity, it crosses activities. It seems to appeal to everyone. But as Jordan mentioned, you do have that cost component that does seem to mean that the child that's a little higher socioeconomic status might be more likely to be using.
And one follow-up, because I understand there's so many people that feel like this is harmless. It doesn't harm, if you take a cigarette as an example, and the secondhand problems and the physical problems, that there's not really enough information where they feel like it's harming anybody. And I just wondered, if you had a student profile, if that might be one of the factors that existed.
Yeah, and again, a year ago at this time, the EVALI, the illness that was springing up in many users, that kind of served as a warning to many. So they were actually able to, for many, they did see, oh no, there is a risk. But for the most part, because the industry itself has promoted it as a benign, healthy alternative, that we in the materials we have developed, we've really tried to make sure that we hit on that information, and because one of the documents that we created was to correct the myths, that we identified the myths that were being promoted, and we provided them the facts in comparison to the myths.
And Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to reiterate as far as the expensive part. I think, Jordan, you talked about it being expensive. And then where we get the addiction going is we have the kids that are selling the puffs or that's where the trouble comes in. You get the bus, you get standing there by the bus, you get peer pressure, try it, oh, it's $1, it's $2, $5, because you get more addictive to it and they have to have it. So the seller, the ones that are selling it are the ones that are addicting the others, and it doesn't take long. Try all the flavors, there were challenges, there were ads, targeting the youth, and you could be really addictive over one weekend. They were trying entire pods over an entire weekend, and by Monday they were totally addicted, and then that's where it gets expensive, and then you get into trying other drugs and all kinds of stuff. So that was that was the thing, is we're worried about the youth, the younger ones. It's the ones that have access to it. So the age was the thing we wanted to raise to 21, because you want to have 18-year-olds in the school, having others and promoting it to the younger kids. So it went fast. It spread like wildfire, and it's very addictive, so. So
Yeah,
it didn't-
and
Crossed over the whole, I mean, everybody was trying it because there were challenges. They were looking on TikTok and everything, and they were, do it this way or hold it in. And I mean, there were so many things. We saw those ads, and it was so scary. They were getting that constant on their phone. And so people were dabbling into it, and then the addiction happened so quickly because you could control in the cartridge how much you were getting. Where a puff from a cigarette, it's limited by the federal government how much you get, and this is dangerous. So I'm just reiterating kind of what we talked about over the last year, just to bring us back to last year's when we were full steam ahead on this. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
thank you.
Mark, Sarah, Jordan, thank you for your presentation. We don't enjoy talking about this, but something we need to know because we certainly need to address it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very
Now,
much.
my
Thank you.
colleagues on the board, I hate to inform you, but there's a group that's here for the next presentation, so we're going to do that and then take a break. Come on in. We're ready. Okay, Stacy, welcome.
Chair Porter, members of the board, it's great to be with you today. Haven't had the opportunity to stand in front of you in some time, so it's great to be here. And we're joined online with several comrades. What's it titled? It's got WBL at the end of it. We should have 5 more participants. Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom
Wow,
in.
yes.
So do they show up?
Yeah, I'll get those.
Okay. So sorry about the technical difficulties. As I said, it's great to be with you, and we're joined with some of our esteemed comrades. You noticed this morning that it was CTE month, and we're very proud of our accomplishments in the state and what we do to help move forward the Kansas vision for education. As a part of that work over the past several years, we've been working on the community partnerships aspect of school redesign within CTE and thinking about how we support our communities. And at the state level, that's been interagency collaboration with the Department of Labor, the Department of Commerce, KBOR, and with the Governor's Council on Education. And so to begin today, I'd like to introduce Dr. Cindy Lane as she shares with us some of the recent events.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here with you, Chair Porter, Board, and Commissioner Watson, to share with you some of the work of the Governor's Council and to invite you to connect with this work. But before we start, if you don't mind, just a moment of gratitude, not just about our opportunity to be here with you today, but frankly, gratitude to you and all Kansas educators for navigating our schools through and beyond this pandemic. For your leadership, we are truly grateful. Joining me today are members of the Governor's Council on Education and your very own KSDE team. We have Susan Wally of Prep KC, Donna McDaniel of the Kauffman Foundation, Natalie Clark and Jay Scott, who you know well as part of the KSDE team, and Bob Kreitzer, business leader, and we call him our champion of the importance of work-based learning to our students and to the Kansas economy. So we're here with you today to discuss our promising future and to ask that we join efforts to connect the state board initiatives with recommendations from the council to our governor. As part of the formation, Governor Kelly explicitly guided the council to align our policy recommendations with the vision of the state board. Kansas leads the world in the success of each student. So we spent a lot of time really thinking about what that meant. And in addition, the council was charged to identify a comprehensive policy approach, which aligns our education and economic systems to achieve prosperity for each Kansan and to grow our economy. So the council has identified work-based learning, which, as you know, creates pathways for our students to graduate with their diploma plus one or more market value asset as key to meeting this charge. We have found that in today's competitive world, work-based learning experiences and market value assets are essential to ensuring our students are prepared for a career. Another way to look at it, frankly, is that work-based learning and market value assets combined together are an equity strategy, ensuring that each student is prepared for post-secondary success. Governor Kelly also speaks of work-based learning as a key initiative. You may have seen the recently released Framework for Growth, which provides for work-based learning intermediaries in each of the state's economic regions. The intermediaries are charged to work alongside education to develop partnerships with business in support of applied learning and job placement. So the Work-Based Learning Initiative, as you are aware, is viewed as essential to growing Kansas talent and becoming an economic leader in the Midwest states and beyond. So as we meet today, we would like to extend an invitation to join forces to connect the state board initiatives with the recommendations of the Governor's Council on Education. We come with some experiences and ideas. I have to tell you, we come before you today with a lot of questions and an openness to learn, and we believe the answers will emerge as a result of our work together. So board, thank you so much for the opportunity to be before you. I'm going to pass the baton now to Susan Wally, who's going to share more about what Prep KC has been learning about work-based learning and market value assets.
Thank you, Dr. Lane. This has indeed been a journey, and I'll take just a couple of minutes to give you a little background on the concept of market value assets before I pass it on to Donna McDaniel to talk about how the Kauffman Foundation's Real World Learning Initiative is amplifying some of these ideas. But Prep KC is actually a 15-year-old organization. We actually work as an intermediary. We are on 501c3, but we bring resources together and deploy them strategically to create much more access to post-secondary education and to the workforce opportunities in the bi-state Kansas City region for our lower income, for our urban students in our city. And so you're looking at just a quick example of thousands of experiences that we've had the privilege and the opportunity to create over the years. On the left is a great example of fifth graders from Kansas City, Kansas, visiting a production plant where the gentleman on the left, one of the employees, is showing the kids how you use math to determine the way he will use materials and put things together in order to create a product in the facility. And on the right hand is a post-secondary example of a young woman being guided by a pharmacist in producing a pharmaceutical product because she, in her healthcare and health sciences career pathway in high school, wants to go into pharmacy. On the next slide, I'll give you just a quick example of some of the data we collected. We began in 2009 with a kind of a new idea, at least for us. You may remember, if you go back 15, 16, 17 years in the public education conversation, what we were really focused on as a field was reducing high school dropout. work. And at Prep KC, we did some of that work in our early years, but as we helped more kids working through their high schools and through their school districts to have opportunities to move on through high school, we started to see that just a high school diploma was really not setting them up for success. And so we spent 5 years on a pilot where we piloted career academies, where ninth graders starting in ninth grade, but working through the 4 years of high school, got a very rich array of workforce and post-secondary interfaces in different career areas that match some of the talent needs in the Kansas City region. And here are just 3 really exciting data points from that 5-year study that contained about just under 500 students, mostly low income, mostly first generation college goers, mostly students of color, and a growing number of English language learners. So on the upper left, you see the difference between the percentage of high school graduates when they got these market value asset, these career academy experiences, against the national data on high school graduation at that time. So from 75% to 100% graduation. On the right-hand side, you see what's pretty exciting, and that is that the doubling of post-secondary going, as confirmed by a third-party organization, excuse me, the student, the national comparison data. So doubling post-secondary going, even for low-income kids, when they had market value asset opportunities and real-world learning opportunities. And finally, on the lower right, probably even more important, was persistence in their post-secondary pathways. 70% of kids across all different demographics in the country at that time kind of basically showed up for the second year of post-secondary education. 79% of these students persisted into their second year, and these were mostly first-generation college goers. So when we had this data and a lot of other data, we really felt like we were onto something as to what high schools should be doing to really help us not only change the trajectory for kids, but to also provide our regional employers with a better prepared workforce. So on the next slide, you'll just see a quick collection of those market value assets that our data confirmed for us were really powerful next steps for kids. You can, and I know you know a lot about this, but the industry recognized credentials are really emerging as an important place to help kids see a path forward into a good job. In healthcare and health science, that might be a certified nursing associate or an EMT credential. In manufacturing, it might be an MT1, a manufacturing technologist level 1. What's exciting about these is that these industry credentials can be matched to regional workforce needs. You also know that getting a jump start on your college credits can be really important to low-income kids. And if they don't have a college goer in their family, it really helps them develop their own confidence that they can be a college goer successfully. Internships and a new strategy, client projects, are both very powerful interfaces with real workforce experiences that we could say a lot more about. And the other interesting piece of data, at Prep KC, we collect a lot of data and look at a lot of information. Kids that graduate from high school with not only their diploma, but one or more of these assets are more competitive for high dollar scholarships, which is an exciting bonus to all of this work. So kind of in summarizing, market value asset attainment, when high schools give kids the opportunity for these kinds of assets to be earned and attained during high school, the kids' trajectories are changed. The employers have better prepared entry-level talent, and it can be matched to the regional talent needs in any part of the state. Finally, one more quick slide from me, and that is the difference on some level between traditional high school and a redesigned high school. I began teaching at Manhattan High School right out of undergraduate. I had my 4 years of undergraduate, started teaching in Manhattan High School in Manhattan, Kansas in the 70s. And I was teaching in a very traditional high school, and some high schools have not changed a lot since this description was developed. I think the most important thing is that final bullet that says the specialty programs that really set kids up for the next step after high school are limited in a traditional high school to a small percentage of the students in most cases. On the right-hand side, this is what wall-to-wall college and career pathways look like in the high schools that we've been working with in our partnership. And I won't read those all to you, But the bottom one, I think, is especially important to notice, and that is that these opportunities for kids to learn in real world learning and workforce, work-based learning environments help them develop other competencies that almost every employer is looking for: collaboration, adaptability, communication, and many more. So now I'm turning this over to Donna McDaniel. She leads the Real World Learning Initiative at the Kauffman Foundation, and they have really picked up the concept of market value assets and amplified and deepened that concept.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for letting us share some of this information. You see on the screen the regionally, and what we mean by that is that the Kansas City Metro, which is 6 counties, about 51 superintendents, and all the employers that footprint have agreed that these market value assets, by the data that Susan suggested that she had learned, would be appropriate for all kids, for all students, not only our rural students that are in the rural areas of Kansas or Missouri, but also our suburban and urban students. So we began this work in earnest 3 years ago. The foundation is very committed to all students. And what we found is that this was only happening in certain pockets within certain high schools. And what the foundation asked the community is, why not all students? So we now have 30 plus superintendents, their school boards, and high schools that are committed to gaining these types of market value assets for all students. And we have an audacious goal by 2030 that all students from the Kansas City high schools, which is about 100,000 students, will leave high school with one or more of these assets. I'll just give you just 2 examples of some interesting work that high school students, for example, are working on. The Client Connected project that is in one of our rural school districts. The client that the high school students are working for is the chamber president. The chamber president is needing I think a nifty would be a good word, a better social media strategy for the chamber work in this rural community. And who better to figure that out but a group of high school students? So they are learning real experiences. They're learning how to define what the client needs and wants. And most importantly, they're building their resume before they even leave high school. The final example I'll give you is one of our urban examples of an entrepreneurial experience. We have some areas that do not have any type of transaction of businesses. These are abandoned areas, either on a town square, and it's time to revitalize. And so what that community is asking a group of young high school students, what would be a marketable product or products that could be sold out of a storefront of one of these really traditionally boarded up areas. So what we're asking all of our high school principals and teachers across the region, with 30 superintendents saying we agree, is we need this for all students, not just some. So I'll stop there and move forward in handing it off, but I will want to make some real connection, because Jay's work, that is a work that our Commissioner Watson had started across Kansas, is very connected to this work. And also the pilots that Natalie has already brought forward as far as some of those pilots that are happening across Kansas. All of these efforts are enabling students to be more successful after high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna, and thank you for your collaboration. Next slide, please. Connection can be made between the individual plan of study and the Governor's Council on Education, work-based learning and market value asset recommendations. Encouraging all students to obtain one or more market value assets would strengthen the development of both a post-secondary plan, whether that's workforce, military, certification program, 2 or 4-year college, and the development of an electronic portfolio that documents each student's short-term goals, career interests, post-secondary plan, and work-based learning experiences that help students achieve those goals in high school. Next slide, please. This graph shows the 2019 and 2020 district responses to the individual plan of study survey question answered by approximately 88% of districts. The question asked, what elements are currently included in the individual plan of study for students? As you can see in orange, the 2020 results, documentation of career interest, documented at 93.6%. Yearly benchmarks for reaching short-term goals in 2020, 36.3%. Written post-secondary goals and post-secondary plans, 48.8%. Records of internships, dual course credits, certifications, and other post-secondary, 45.8%. And post-secondary financial plans in 2020, 19.4%. Encouraging each student to graduate with one or more market value asset would make the IPS outcomes more clear, meaningful, and rigorous. A direct connection may be made between the work-based learning continuum and the Governor's Council on Education recommendations. The career preparation phase on the continuum includes market value assets, internships, entrepreneurships, and regionally vetted assets that could also include youth registered apprenticeships or service learning. Work-based learning experiences help students to develop career goals while developing academic, technical, and employability skills to inform each student's IPS and prepare for post-secondary success. Encouraging each student to graduate with one or more market value assets would indicate career readiness and student success. Successful IPS implementation then may be evaluated by those student success indicators. And those indicators, as we've mentioned, may include 1 or more, 9 or more hours of college credit toward a degree or certification, an internship or client project, industry recognized credential or certificate, entrepreneurship, or those regionally vetted assets or student outcome examples that could be a youth registered apprenticeship or student learning. Next slide, please. District IPS implementation may be evaluated by student performance in these goal areas that connect directly to the Governor's Council on Education, work-based learning, and market value asset recommendations. Displayed are sample IPS objectives and student improvement goals for districts to support the Kansas vision. They may include rigorous course participation, the total number of students who will have developed an academic plan that would enable them to pursue a post-secondary program or degree, early college, the total number of students that will participate in early college courses, work-based learning, a total percent of students that will have completed a work-based learning career preparation experience, an industry recognized credential or certificate, total number of students that will have completed an industry recognized credential or certificate prior to graduating from high school. Student performance in these sample goal areas would evaluate the successful implementation of the individual plan of study. Thank you. I'm going to pass it on now to Jay Scott, Redesign.
In months, so it's great to see everyone. Yeah. So this is wonderful, and I know you've already seen this graphic today, but I think the fact that it keeps showing up lends itself to how important this really is. you know, I know Dr. Watson, you're going to, and the board is going to get into this slide a little bit more in detail later, but I think it's important to connect all the work that we do back to this definition of success. And I think it's important that schools understand that this definition of success in Kansas is for each student, and it was built upon the feedback from Kansans all across the state. We can't say that enough. In essence, this is a profile of a successful high school graduate, right, in Kansas. This really strengthens the vision, and I think the work that you're hearing from this committee, which has been a great partnership, really strengthens the vision that we have here in Kansas, a very strong vision, and it certainly helps our schools identify what is success and make it work for them. The process in earning a market value asset, those that have been presented to you today, students work through all 5 of those areas to earn a market value asset in addition to a diploma. So in essence, it's another indicator that the students are on a path that we intend them to go down, right? That we want them to go down. So I think it's important that the emphasis of the market value asset can't be underestimated or underpromoted. So I want you to take a moment to think back to your most memorable moment from high school. Let me rephrase that. Your most memorable moment from an event that was sanctioned by your high school. Sorry, I was kind of thinking of some, maybe pastures, things like that for my most memorable moment, but I digress. So think of your most memorable moment from high school, a high school experience, a high school event. Most people would say it's either a competition or a performance. Not necessarily, but most would say that. Now, I've played a lot of sports in my life, but you might be interested in the fact that my most memorable high school experiences were the school musical. It was the school musicals I was a part of. Every time I see Annie or The Sound of Music from now on out, it has a whole new meaning, right? Now, I didn't sing, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go that far. Any dancing or singing, not going to be done today. But those were memorable moments, memorable experiences. And I think about, how many of you really enjoyed practice? Right? Some of you probably did enjoy practice. But for me, practice was drudgery. All right. And I think I lived for those competitions, for those performances. I think a lot of kids think in the same way. But let's think not so much in terms of competitions or performances, but let's realize the fact that every student has a really strong yearning to apply the knowledge and skills in a real, a high impact way, right? That there's going to make an impact on their life. They want to see that it can be applied. So in essence, what we're saying is enough with the practice. As John Fogerty said, put me in, coach. Let me play in the game. Our kids want that. Every one of our kids wants that. So I was a science teacher, so I can say this. In your typical high school science classroom, what percentage of what students do in that high school science class is practice versus playing the game? And I'll define playing the game as performing for someone outside your classroom, an outside audience. What percentage? So no wonder we have kids that say, I don't feel science class today. Is there any time that they get to actually go out and put those science skills on display for an outside audience besides their teacher? In typical classrooms, that doesn't happen. That's what we're talking about. What if every class in a high school or any school, what if every class had some sort of component of a performance or competition for an outside audience? Think about that. What we're talking about are these professional learning experiences, work-based learning experiences, college credit earning. Those are students getting a chance to play the game, get in the game. This slide shows the 4 redesign principles, again, that were based on the Kansas community's feedback of what they wanted to see in their schools. Personalized learning, obviously a professional learning experience is very personalized. Family, business, community partnerships. It takes those connections to make these professional learning experiences happen. It doesn't just rely on the teacher in the classroom. Real world application, playing the game. Student success skills with a focus on SEL, those are all part of a professional learning experience. And those also lead to and align with any of those market value assets that were presented to you today. So I just want to give you a quick example, and then I'll turn it over to Bob to close us out. But what you see in that picture are some students from Ottawa High School. And I just want to take a moment to thank Lori Hauer, Kelly Whitaker, and Dr. Ryan Cobbs at Ottawa for this program. They started it this summer. It's called the STEAM Bus. What they're doing is they're taking an old school bus, they're gutting it, which would have been really fun, right? Demo day. But what you're seeing is after demo day where students are actually going in and measuring the inside of the bus to outfit it and retrofit it as a mobile STEAM lab. And the vision for this is students, high school students will be the teachers in this lab. They won't drive the bus, but they'll be the teachers in the lab, and they will travel around for learners of all ages and put on many STEAM lessons in that bus. It'll be a mobile STEAM bus, high school students. Think about all the students involved in that. Think about the marketing, think about the construction skills, the teaching and learning, all of that in this one professional experience. So this is a great example, and I can promise you the kids at Ottawa High School are going to remember this. This will be a memorable learning experience for them. How can we do that for all classes that kids take? And by the way, the perfect time to start these types of experiences, this summer. This summer is a great time to start these experiences where you can team teach, you can get outside, you can really pull in a lot of these subject areas. So I just wanted the board to be able to see the connection between the market value assets and the 4 redesign principles and professional learning experiences. So with that, I'll now turn it over to Mr. Bob Kreitzer to close us out.
Bob, you got to start over. You're muted.
Okay, am I there now?
We can hear you now, Bob.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Thank you so much, Jay. You know, that's what you learn from business and industry. They're always on the outside and don't know all the rules. But you've learned from our team today that they're professional people. They've learned all of the details. They've researched deeply into work-based learning. And they've watched it. They went back into how did it get started? How can it apply? And they've gone step by step. And they've proven the concept. They've gone through and they've done the field testing. They've even built a toolbox that we could use that's a resource guide so that each and every school district can go through and be able to share how you go about doing something. Now it's time for business and industry to step up. You know, we've so often and for so long been standing on the outside. We've been observers, and in many cases, we've been critics. And it's because of that we've lacked in closing the gap between expectations of business and industry and our professional education system. It's now time for the business and industry to plug themselves into the curriculum, into the educational system, and invite the opportunity to exchange. Let's share a couple of ways. Let's assume that we find a way for business and industry to reach out to the professional teachers and the counselors and invite them into our business. Show them how we use the students that are graduating from our college. How do we use English? How do we use math? How do we use science every day in solving the problems of our customers? Can we be invited into the classroom? Can we speak to the students? Can we show them how we use English in solving problems? How do we use math? Why do we do all of these algebra things? If it's important in our businesses, if we can bring it to life, we have a start in creating an expectation of a career. Perhaps we can actually invite the students into our place of business. We can do job shadowing. We can do internships. We can even do youth apprenticeship. You know, if we plug in our business and industry into the educational system, we work perfectly with the educational continuum. We make the career awareness, we make career exploration, we make career preparedness really come to life in our individual communities because we show each and every student all of the opportunities that are available to them right here in our community, in our region, and in our state. You know, then we would sit back and we'd watch those students go across the stage at graduation time. There will be a lot of different paths that those people take, but work-based learning applies to each and every student walking across that stage. I don't care if you're going on to post-secondary education, your bachelor's degree, your master's degree, whether you're going in for community college for 2 years or technical training to get a particular skill enhanced, whether you're going to the military or whether your choice is to select a career that you can start right after high school and go through, get a feel for what it's like, and then perhaps enhance it with additional education. The challenge is going to be to find a way to get it to each and every student throughout the state. Now, last month when Natalie shared with you the concepts about work-based learning, she put that great big map on the wall that the Department of Labor and Department of Commerce had identified the 5 different regions of the state. I happen to come from that big #1 region, that great big piece on the western part of the state. It's going to be a little more challenging. It's going to be different from the groups in Kansas City, Wichita, and Topeka area. But we have to learn how to do things like that, and we've got a running start. The educational system already has school service centers. We have 2 of them in our region. We can use that because it's a gathering of school districts that we can talk with. The Department of Labor has workforce centers, workforce boards, that has already learned how to gather all of the different kinds of businesses that can showcase the careers. And we just have to make that circle get a little wider. We have to look a little harder. We can tie on to chambers of commerce. We can tie on to economic development because they have partnerships that go throughout the state. It's only going to work if we all work together. But if we plug business and industry into that continuum, great things can happen because we can showcase each and every community all of the opportunities that are right there. Things that they've often bypassed and said, well, I'm going to get out of town because I've got to find an opportunity. There are so many great things that can happen if we all work together. Just imagine that day in the future. If we as Kansans are sitting there watching our collective graduation, and we have over 30,000 high school graduates walking across that stage, and when they pick up that diploma, it's just not a diploma. It's a diploma plus because they have those certificates. They have the other competencies. They have the college hours they've already gotten. And they have received those because they have gotten out of the classroom and into the real world for real world learning. They have taken up and learned and become part of and have in hand the essential skills necessary to be successful in their career choice. What a change this could be for all of the state of Kansas. And it doesn't take a monumental effort on anyone's part. We just have to say yes. You listen to Susan and Donna talk about the great things that have happened in the Kansas City area. They've already built that relationship in many cases. We just need to fill in the gap. And then we take another region and another region. So in closing, what we're asking today, we're asking you to join us to invite as many school districts as possible to investigate, to initiate, to integrate work-based learning into their educational continuum. When that happens, great things are going to happen for our state. But it needs to start today. And it won't change overnight. There will be districts that it will be difficult for them to change from who they are to where they're going. But let's let that be their decision. Let's not stop because of someone who can't. Let's take everyone who will and make a difference. So, Mr. Chairman Porter, all of the members of the State Board of Education, professional staff, Dr. Watson, we thank you for the time today to allow us to share our viewpoint with you. And our team stands ready for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Well, Bob, I think you're preaching to the choir. Are there questions? Okay, just a second. Betty.
Well, I'm not sure if this is a question or a comment. I always take such delight in initiatives that that really focus on our students. But the one thing that's just always concerned me is that most of the time, these kinds of initiatives appeal to students that are on track. My concern is, what do we do for those students that are not on track? That it's a ever-growing population of students, either because of economics, race, situations that are out of their control, that are not on track as far as career, developing skills to be career ready or successful. Those students, I have a lot of concern, and I guess I'm not really hearing, how do we address the need? Because when we say all students, that literally means all. That means those students that are not on track. That means those students that don't have the support of parents who know how to navigate the system. Those students that feel like school is just where I go to hang out until I get to be 18 or 17 or 16 or whatever the case may be. I have such a growing concern because that typifies a lot of kids in the urban school districts, kids that are incarcerated, kids that just deal with all kinds of social, emotional problems. How do we reach them so that when we say all students, it literally means all students? I don't know if that's a question or if I'm preaching.
We appreciate that preaching. So, I began this work with my team in Kansas City, Kansas back in 2012 for the exact reasons you just articulated. And so the work that Susan and this whole team, Donna, Natalie, and Jay are leading is for each student. It's to ensure that this is not a novelty. It's not a boutique program. This is what all kids need in order to be ready for post-secondary success, to use the board's language. So I mentioned in my opening comments that we see this as an equity strategy. It is absolutely that, and we have to be intentional to make sure that each student has an individual plan of study aligned to their passions, and that we're able to provide these experiences for each and every one. So students of color, students of low income, special needs students, it really does mean each. But you're wise to point out that we've got to pay great attention to that so that we can live up to that vision.
Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Stacy, how is what we're talking about any different than our work-based learning pilot that we're now trying to scale up all across the state?
It aligns very well. The part that I see around the client projects, I would think as that rolls out regionally, you're going to have to give a lot of guidance to school about what a sustained interaction with a business and industry partner looks like, and what what level that needs to rise to. I mean, that project has got to be something significant. It's got to include hours involved in the process, maybe public presentations. I could see a lot of partnerships within the community where you're presenting to philanthropic organizations, but that can't just simply be another project that takes place primarily within the school. So I see that one as something that we've touched upon in the work-based learning, but something that we can clearly add to. The industry recognized credentials around post-secondary success, I think that is very interesting to consider. And then we're considering an IRC as a portion of the high school graduation. And I think we've had industry recognized credentials tethered into something like post-secondary success and allow that equation into the school district formula, like what happens with that kid 16 months later isn't as important because they've got a credential. Where did they persist with that credential into an apprentice program? Are they successful in the second year of that apprentice program? I think there's some work in our communities that could be done to support students who've earned that IRC. So I'm not sure what that means around post-secondary success.
But all of our career paths have been focused on making sure we laid career paths out there that would end in a credential. So we've been focused on credentials for years.
Yep, we have. And then realigning our credentials to meet the needs of the workforce. That's something that needs to be done perennially, especially, I think, as they've indicated, within economic regions about what's really valuable to business and industry partners in that area. Is what's needed in Seward County the same as what's needed in Wyandotte County? And how do those education programs use their local needs assessment to determine the credentials of value and then leverage their system?
But don't we do that every year when we take a look at the high wage, high demand jobs, so we know which career paths to focus on?
With our partners at the Department of Labor and the Department of Commerce, yes, that's not really a new thing.
Okay.
I mean, reinforcing it to schools, connecting the IPS tightly to the metrics of the market value assets. I think it makes the trajectory for that IPS really clearer and more achievable within schools.
Okay, thank you.
The real world learning that Board Member Arnold was referring to earlier, I think is what Jay was talking about with put me in the game. I think if you can give a kid an opportunity to show their skills through active learning within the classroom, instead of sitting at a desk completing worksheets, that they're more engaged. I think Board of Regents has probably helped out by clarifying qualified admissions and moving that to the side. So that's not strictly the graduation target that we're shooting for, and give some flexibility for those students who have different skills. Let's help our students find the skills that they have that are needed within the community and develop those. I've taken enough time, sorry.
And I think the other thing is we've got to be more nimble to move to market, high wage, high demand, critical need areas. We are slow to do that because of the training of teachers to put into those programs. So if you look at the current pathways and how many kids are in each pathway and how many schools are offering pathways, they are not in alignment with high wage, high need, critical need areas in Kansas. I say, well, ag would be one of those that is. But there's a disconnect, and we've got to be more nimble. For example, computer science and cybersecurity, it's a huge area. Teaching, education, huge area. But if you look at the number of people in a teaching program compared to some other programs, you would see that it's extremely low. So while we want kids to choose their individual paths, we've created a system that took us years to develop to train teachers to go in to be able to teach those programs. And we're going to have to be more nimble if we're going to hit those high wage, high demand, critical need areas.
Well, I don't think anybody disagree, but we do have a process in place to review those every year and take away the ones that aren't so applicable, and maybe we're just not working the process right. I don't know. So, thank you, though.
Jim.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. not to reflect it all on the conversations, but I'm going to bring it back to a more different note. Good presentation. Okay? And I'll remind the board, the title that we have here is the State Board Initiatives and the Work of the Governor's Education Council. I see our whole redesign and our vision at a juncture right now that it's appropriate for us to join and listen to and support the Governor's Council. And that's what I heard today. You know, yes, there are a lot of programs and things that are going on out there. Some of them are great, but I'm sad to say that in many places there's not much happening. But there is a lot of happening in our redesign effort with our vision. And I think it's appropriate at this juncture for us to focus on how the Governor's Council and our vision can come together and bring more people into the fold. As Anna said, there's a lot of programs there, and there's a lot of people doing good work. I don't want to in any way be negative or negate that, but there's a lot of work to be done. And by joining forces with what the success and the momentum we have in our vision and redesign, I think we're taking the next right step. And so Cindy, thank you for your presentation, and thank you all for what you've done. I'm encouraged. I've been looking forward to this for a long time because we need to have this in every school as a highlight in that school for those students. And IPS is one of those things that's going to make it happen. You know, so thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess one is a point and one is a question. So maybe Randy, you might know this. How much different is this from the CAPS program in Blue Valley?
So Donna could speak to that since she's the mother of the CAPS program in Blue Valley. But I think the CAPS program, and Donna, please join in with me, is an example of that. But I think even at its best, and Donna, I'd appreciate your comments on this, CAPS was never intended to reach all students. It was meant to reach a certain segment of students. And I think what they're proposing now is all students. So I think CAPS plays a role in that, but I don't think it's everything. And Donna, would you care to comment on that? Because you know a lot about CAPS.
Dr. Watson, I think you've summarized it very well. We're concerned about all students, as one of the board members mentioned very much at the top of the questioning. There are routes for all students to acquire these types of authentic work experiences. And what we must understand is that it's not one program, it's not one way. What we're most important is that all students have the opportunity, especially those who have not been able to participate based on other factors. And that's what we're really going after right now in Kansas City, is finding those young people who, for one reason or another, have not had these opportunities, finding out what they're interested in, what they're passionate about, and creating their own plan for how they can gain that experience during high school. So I would articulate that Dr. Watson is right. That is one strategy, but we're not stopping with just 35% of the students. It has to be all.
And you don't know how much it hurts me to have to publicly agree with the other Jim, but I do. You know, I'm really encouraged by this. And unlike Cindy and Betty, my experience has been predominantly in rural. And 15 or 20 years ago, when we had a student that struggled, I mean, I see all this as extremely positive. But if we had a student that struggled, and they failed math and they failed English as a freshman, then they took 2 English classes that they hated and 2 math classes that they hated as a sophomore year, and then failed those 2. We were trying to get them through to their junior year so they could start taking some electives where they may be interested. And now at the 3rd grade or the kindergarten or the 6th or 7th grade level, we are identifying passions, and even in the smaller schools that I represent, I'm seeing a whole different attitude and a whole different approach. We are defining what individual students are interested in and providing them opportunities. So yeah, they may still suffer through English, but they may see the point. And they have other opportunities at the same time that keeps them in school. And what that kid with 2 English classes, and when they're junior, they're 3 English classes, they never come back. And so I see this as an equity issue. I see this as exciting that we can identify for students that have traditionally dropped out of school or been unsuccessful by not determining what they need to fit into a predetermined pathway, but identifying a pathway that meets their needs and moving forward. So I'm really excited about this. I think that we've been talking about it for years. I'm so glad that business and industry is also talking about it, and now we just need to connect. So when I said, Bob, that you're preaching to the choir, I believe you are. Now we just need to step it up. I thank all of you for your participation, for your enthusiasm, for your willingness to work with us in order to meet the needs of East Kansas students.
Thank you very much for having us today. We look forward to working with you and continuing to ask those hard questions to figure out how we truly get to each student.
And I still want to talk about special needs, Cindy, but that's another day.
Yes, sir. They have to be in this plan as well, each. So thank you again.
We will reconvene at about, let's just take a while. We'll reconvene at 4:20. Craig, we're ready for our favorite part, to get to listen to what's happening across the street.
We kept that alive, and we will proceed from there. Tried to condense it down just a little bit. The first one and the one I will speak from is the one that doesn't have just the list of bills. The list of bills is for your information and reference along if you'd like, or later when you hear a bill reference. That's the latest list that we have, and it includes a couple that just came on last night. We will talk about those briefly. Just a little overall procedure. As I'm sure you're well aware, for good reason, things work a little bit differently in the legislature this year, just as they do for you. Committee rooms have been rearranged so that they can provide some social distancing for legislators. In Senate committees, most of them are small enough. The committee members can be in the committee room, at least most of them, and still have social distance. House committees are larger, and so as a result, it's not uncommon in those committees for some of the members to be in their office and watching by Zoom, and others are in the room. I say Zoom, they actually use WebEx, but Zoom is kind of becoming a universal term. It's like Kleenex or something. But on their WebEx broadcast that every committee is using. So we in the agency present our information to them by WebEx. We don't actually go across the street this year. Everything is done virtually. Committees, I've heard a couple of chairs report to their committee. They have been asked to focus only on the most important bills for a couple of reasons. One, they don't want to have a bill cut off if they have to close down for quarantine or whatever the case may be. But two, to try and limit how many people, how often they have to interact as a group, so that that's part of their safety practice. So that's some things that are a little bit different this time around. For the most part, legislative research staff is not in the committee room with the committee either. They are participating by WebEx. So most information is given to the committee virtually. Just so you'll know, requests for data so far have been usual types of things, financial. We had one request for some at-risk assessment data, which our IT staff provided. And then there's been a lot of interest on which districts are in which learning environment, remote, hybrid, or on-site. We've provided that a couple of different times, and we have another one coming up that we hope to have for them next week that will tell them what environment districts we're in the third week in January. That will be the most recent information that we have. So a few bills to highlight. And I won't go through all of them. They're on your list here. But if you have a question about one and I don't mention it, feel free to stop me and we'll talk about it a bit. Several of them you will see the same bill is in both the House and the Senate. It's been introduced on both sides. One of those is Senate Bill 61 and House Bill 2068. That's the tax credit scholarship bill that would expand participation in that program. So currently a student must be on free meals and must be in one of the 100 lowest performing public elementary schools. This bill would expand it. Student could be free or reduced in any public school, whether low performing, high performing, elementary, middle school, high school. So any student that qualifies for free or reduced price meals would be eligible for a scholarship in the tax credit scholarship program. There is one bill in the Senate side, one bill on the House side. Both have passed out of their respective committees. So they are ready to be addressed on the floor of each chamber, and they are identical bills. Senate Bill 63 expands the ACT and Work Keys program to include students in private schools, both accredited and non-accredited. They had a hearing on that in the Senate Ed Committee last week. ACT, during the committee, their representative told the committee hearing that they did not think that would increase the cost in the first year, but didn't really go much beyond that. And I'm probably out of my depth a little bit, but I think part of the issue for them is we don't know how many non-accredited private school students there are. That's not data that we collect. We can tell them how many students there are in the accredited private schools, but we can't tell ACT, so they can't plan for how many students might be involved. And that contract, as you may recall, expires at the end of this year, so we are renegotiating for the next 3 years the cost on that contract. That's why the price is an issue.
Craig, can I just say, because this comes up, and I think Ann answered this, school districts must offer the ACT and the work keys to any student that wants to take it. We've had some people say, well, my school doesn't give the work keys. They must afford it. Now, your son or daughter doesn't have to take either one of them, but they must afford it. I just wanted you to know that because you may hear that at some point. And state law says that every school district must afford that opportunity to students.
For every junior and senior, at least once.
And I think the other piece, and it kind of touches base on a lot of other issues, define an accredited school by those standards versus ours, because it's not necessarily a KISA accredited private school, correct?
That's correct. There are a lot of questions going around about that as it relates to the tax credit scholarship bill. And in the language for that program, they can be accredited by other entities that have been approved by the state board. So you have a list on your website of other entities that can accredit private schools. Now I'll tell you, I don't know the exact numbers, but the majority of the qualified schools that participate in that program are part of the KISA process, but not all. Okay, so Senate Bill 63 would expand participation in the ACT work keys and also the pre-ACT for ninth graders. Move on to Senate Bill 144 and House Bill 2133. Those two bills, identical bills again, reinstate the high density at risk weighting. That weighting was allowed to sunset a year ago. It's worth about $55 million, or will be next year, to school districts. High density at risk is for those districts who have at least 35% of their students qualifying for free meals. Yeah, the law was allowed to sunset, but then the legislature put a proviso in the finance bill that would continue it for this year and for next year. So it's actually in place for the next 2 years. These bills would put it back in statute, so they don't have to keep renewing it as a part of the finance bill, and would make it permanent. And as I said, there's one in each chamber. Senate Bill 173 was just introduced yesterday. We just saw it last night. Deals with at-risk students, puts the definition of what's an at-risk student, not for funding, but for services, into statute. And it is primarily the same list that school districts already operate off of, that we have in guidance. So they're not working on an academic grade level, not meeting requirements necessary for promotion to the next grade. There's about 11 of them. I won't read them all off to you. One of them is identified as a student with dyslexia, which we'll hear more about in just a few minutes. So that is a part of that statute. It also requires that funding for at-risk programs can only be spent on those programs that the state board has identified and has listed on your website, which is actually, while that's not in the law now, it's now been done. Those programs are listed on the website. It also allows for provisional at-risk programs. So if a school district has a program that's been researched and it's not on the list and they'd like to be able to use it, they can do that for up to 3 years, and at the end of the time, the state board can decide if that program should be on the list or not. So that's Senate Bill 173. It does also call for another audit on at-risk services, and that, I believe, is to be completed and presented to the legislature by January 15th of 2023. There it is, yeah. So that would be a couple of years down the road after this bill is implemented. House Bill 2039 is the one that would require the civics exam for graduation. Student must pass, and it's in the bill, a 100-question exam similar to the U.S. citizenship exam. That bill came up last year. It's back again this year in the House Education Committee. House Bill 2154, again, was in place last year, did not pass out of the Judiciary Committee, but it has been brought back. We'll have a hearing tomorrow in Judiciary. That's the bill that would allow KSDE to hire a contractor who would outfit buses with cameras on their stop arms. Currently, in order to enforce the law that an individual cannot pass a school bus that's stopped with the stop arm out so they can pick up students, the officer has to see and be able to identify the individual driving the vehicle. This bill would change the law so that the fine would apply to the owner of the vehicle. It's the same theory that the Turnpike uses right now when they use their camera system. The fine is a civil fine and it goes to the owner of the vehicle. By placing cameras on the stop arms, those actions would be recorded. Every time the stop arm opens, the camera comes on. So if a vehicle passes illegally while the bus is stopped, it'll be recorded, and a law enforcement officer would review it. The bill, one change from last year is that it would require KSDE to hire a law enforcement individual, either currently or retired, to review all of the film that comes in before a fine is assessed against that individual. That was our intention a year ago anyway, but it wasn't in the bill. It's written into the bill now. KSDE then has oversight of the program. The money collected from the fine, most of it will go to the company that's installing the cameras to cover their costs. So there's no cost to the school districts to participate in the program. It's permissive on the school district's part. They do not have to participate. They can choose to. The additional money from the fine will be used to pay for the law enforcement officer that's reviewing the film, and probably just importantly, if not more so, for education of the public on what that law is, why it's in place, and the consequences of not following it. Mr. Porter, you've been very involved in that. Did I leave anything out?
Well, each year we get a report from a one-day survey that says a little over 1,000 violations a day. And so instead of just listening to that report and saying, oh, something should be done, 2 or 3 years ago, we actually put together a task force made up of virtually every law enforcement agency in the state, plus some other people. And this is a direct recommendation from that committee. I served on it some, and Janet served on it some.
That's true.
And I'm actually testifying tomorrow on this bill. It ran into a whole lot. I'm sorry, Mark, but it ran into a whole lot of lawyer questions on the Judiciary Committee. It got real confusing real fast last year, so it didn't pass out of the committee. But there's been a lot of more work. Law enforcement is supporting this, and one of the major persons is the lobbyist for the law enforcement people that is helping rewrite it and doing the work. So and there's another issue this year. Last year when we testified, we said we're very fortunate that there has never been a fatality in Kansas. Well, on September the 9th, that changed in Abilene. A little 7-year-old girl was killed when a 15-year-old student passed the bus and hit her at a bus stop and killed her. So that's another direct emphasis that the sponsor of the bill was Jim Carlskint, who was a representative. He is now a lobbyist for USA. He was the one that made the major presentation to the committee, and the day that little girl was killed, he called the people on that committee and said, see what you, I mean, he's really been pretty, and it may not have been that day, but he's contacted.
It's pretty close.
He's contacted them, or at least he was going to contact them, and he was talking about it, so I think that that he's made that clear, and he's the one that's going to be the primary presenter tomorrow, along with the company.
Similar bills exist in other states, and they have worked well there, so it's not something that Kansas or this committee dreamed up. And I'll just say I'm confident the bill would have come back anyway, but the death of the little girl certainly puts an unwanted light on it, I'm afraid. So that's 2154 with the hearing tomorrow. House Bill 2119, I've given you a little bit of information on this, is known as the Student Empowerment Act. It is the bill that would create an account with the state treasurer for any student who qualifies for free or reduced price meals, has been identified as at risk by their district, or was required by the district to attend school through either remote learning or a hybrid model for a certain number of hours, 120 hours in the school year or 160 hours, I believe, in the calendar year. There are some issues with the bill as far as how clearly it is spelled out. For instance, a qualifying student is one who qualifies for free or reduced price meals. It does not say public school student. So the way we read it, a student currently in private school that qualifies for free or reduced price meals, which is about 20% of those in accredited non-public schools, would be eligible to receive one of these student empowerment accounts. And their parents then can use those funds to pay tuition and fees to attend a private school. And the funds are the base amount from the previous year in the school finance law. So if it goes into place next fall, each account would receive $4,569 if the student's going to a private school. If the student chooses to stay in the public school but not full-time, then their account receives a proportional amount of $4,569 based on the amount of time they're not enrolled. So if you're a 5/7 student, you'll get 2/7 of $4,569.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is a private school, it's my understanding a private school is also a home school, is that correct?
In this bill, both accredited and non-accredited are included, and a home school is technically a non-accredited private school. So yes, you are correct.
Thank you.
So the money goes to the school, not the parent?
Correct.
But if the parent is the home school?
Yes.
Have they thought that through, or is that their plan?
I will not comment on what their plan might be, but that's a good question. So one of the issues for the state financially, the way the school funding law works right now, school districts are funded on the prior year or second preceding year, whichever enrollment was highest. So if I'm a school district and I receive my funding next year, I'm going to be paid for the kids that were in school last year. The reason that was put in place by the legislature is it allows them to plan how much money are we going to need next fall instead of waiting to find out how many were actually there in September. So as a school district, if my son decided, he fell into one of these categories and decided to go to the private school, the school district he used to attend is going to receive the funding, $4,569, because he was in school last year. He's on their enrollment. That's the way the funding works for every school district. Because he's going to private school, now under this bill, they will also receive $4,569. So every student that moves, at least in the first year, and maybe for 2 years, will be double funded, once in the public district and once in the private school. That's a cost to the state, obviously depending on how many students choose to move from public school to private school. That's kind of the nuts and bolts basics. The parent, as you said, has control of the funds and how it's used. There is somewhat of a hold harmless clause. If the student chooses to go to the private school, we calculate what the weightings amount was that student generated in his last year in public school, and the school district for 2 years will receive that amount of money. So the weighting from low enrollment weighting, at risk, career tech ed, those 3 weightings would be calculated, and the district receives that amount of money even though the student's no longer there. It's a little different. I'll leave it at that. Next bill I'd touch on, 2269, is also new, just introduced yesterday. It changes the definition of an at-risk student for funding purposes. So Senate Bill 173 was talking about at-risk students as you define them and the services that you're going to provide, who you provide them to. This bill talks about how do you decide how much money you're receiving as a district. And currently that's based on how many students are on free lunches, how many students qualify for free meals. This bill would change that definition just a little bit. So kindergarten through grades 3 would still be the number of students that qualify for free meals. But in grades 4 through 12, it would be any of those students that failed to meet the proficiency standards on the English or math assessment taken by those students. So rather than qualifying financially for free meal, based solely on free meals, some would be free meals. Once you start taking state assessments, the funding will be based on those students who do not meet proficiency standards.
So a district that has low poverty
Yes,
could very well get more money.
yes.
And a district with high poverty could very well get less money.
That would be correct.
I just wanted to make sure I understood that.
And I can tell you, when the bill was introduced into committee, the representative that introduced it said he was doing so on behalf of Blue Valley, which is a low poverty district. So, for a little history, you may or may not recall. We used to have a weighting in statute in addition to at-risk, so we still counted those students who qualified for free meals. In addition, there was a non-proficient at-risk weighting that was smaller percentage-wise, but if you had students who had not done well academically, you received a weighting for those students as well, if they were not already on free meals. So it's not a new concept, it's new to have it work like this.
One in five is just, let's say you're dyslexic, that's gonna be a new at-risk, correct? Or they're looking into
For
that?
receiving services, yes, but
So-
for funding, not necessarily.
Okay, I was just thinking they may not do well on those, on tests, so if you're looking at scores,
Yes,
that they could get extra funding to help with those children.
that's correct.
Okay,
If-
and that's
yes.
kind of what that is, that's what I'm seeing is, it has nothing to do with how much they make or how much they're on reduced. It's
Correct.
basically that they're just not, they're in school, they're not learning.
From 4th grade and above, it would just be about how are they doing on the state assessment.
Okay,
It's kind of one of those self-defeating things, though. If you have kids in poverty who really need help, and then you finally do get them proficient, then you lose the funding. And then they go back down, and you get this rollery coaster thing. So they're not really thinking about this at all. But,
That could well be.
yeah.
And the flip side of that, unfortunately, and I don't think anybody would do this, but the worse you do, the more money you get. The worse your students do. Other questions on that one? Couple of other points, just so you'll know. Senate Education Committee started the hearing on your budget appeal. John Hess and I are presenting that. They started Monday. They hope to conclude it tomorrow. So we have been presenting that information to them, and that's the recommendations that you made. I'm sure you remember it clearly, last July, that we have taken to first the Division of Budget and now to the Senate Education Committee. We believe we are scheduled on the House side with the K-12 Education Budget Committee for this coming Monday to make those budget appeals. Those two committees will make a decision about what they want to recommend, and we'll take them to respectively, the Ways and Means Committee in the Senate and the Appropriations Committee in the House. On the Senate side, this is a little different process. We normally make that appeal to a subcommittee of the Ways and Means, since they deal with the budgets. This year, they're having the committees that deal specifically with those programs hear the budget appeals. So that's why we have Senate A. And then the final note is Thursday afternoon, K-12 education budget has a roundtable discussion scheduled, and that's what it's titled, which will involve Randy, Brad, your chair, and myself with that particular committee. So any questions or anything on that list you'd like to know more about, but probably Dina or Ben could tell you better than I could.
I do want to, tomorrow, one of the second things that we're going to do is the chair of the House Education Committee is going to be here. His stated purpose is to find ways to cooperate. He is the person that has introduced the bill on civics test, which we believe, which I believe, violates our responsibility. That because it's a graduation requirement, and we believe constitutionally that that is our responsibility. It is not uncommon when supporters of education go to testify that they are treated disrespectfully or rudely or even hostilely. Tomorrow, and this is, I'm exercising, tomorrow we're not going to be that way. I know that that's going to be a disappointment, but we're trying to figure out ways to cooperate. We're trying to find out ways. We're trying to find common ground. So if you have questions tomorrow, you'll need to text them to Randy, and he'll give them to me. I have several questions that I'm going to ask, but we're going to be, by example, different from his committee. And so, you know, I'm gonna discuss ways to cooperate and what cooperation means to us and what we feel about it. And I'm going to say, and by the way, we've had an ongoing discussion. He knows my feelings unambiguously. But I have also told him he will not be treated like other people are treated over there, that he will be treated with respect, and we'll do that. There is the possibility that we will reach common ground. You fail at 100% of the things you don't try. Now, am I optimistic? Not particularly, but again, you fail at 100% of the things that you don't try. I have asked, the Attorney General has endorsed this process. I believe that's wrong, and I wrote a letter that I have not sent, but I've given to Randy, because whenever I do that, it's always best for somebody else to read it, expressing our concern about that, but we will not address that until after that session tomorrow. If we do that, I will give other members of the board the opportunity to sign on that letter if they choose to do so. If they don't choose to do so, that's fine too. And this is a question I've had since the day I got here. What happens if something is implemented in the legislature that we believe is our responsibility, that we just simply don't implement in defiance of the statute? And I have asked Mark to research that, and not tomorrow, but at some point, explain to us what our options and exposure are. I haven't committed anything to anything. That's our decision, not mine. But that's sort of where we are. So that's a little more aggressive stance than the board's taken in the past. But let's be more optimistic than I am and hope that we can come to a conclusion tomorrow. But I also don't think that, and I think the financial literacy requirements coming up again, I'm told. You know, that's again our responsibility, and I think that we need to do everything we can to find common ground before we take any sort of aggressive action. But I think that some of these things actually get in the way of us achieving our mission. That's why I think that we need to have some serious discussions about how to proceed if that happens. But the goal is to find common ground, and the goal is to work together and solve problems. Any comments, any concerns about that? I mean, that's the way it's going to be. I'm sorry. Sometimes you just have to.
I might just add, Mr. Chairman, that in the recent years, there's been a lot of signs of cooperative emergency safety intervention, ESI, dyslexia, school mental health. All those initiatives were joint efforts between the legislature and this board, and probably no bigger than what you just saw between the Governor's Council and you, where coming together saying work together. So there's a lot of examples where I think both parties have reached out and really produced really good work together. And I hope that can happen again.
Okay. Well, thank you, Craig.
Thank you, sir.
Michelle has informed me that the questions that she had about H and I have been answered, so a motion is in order to approve the consent agenda. Jim McNeese, Dina, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, are there additions to the travel list? Jean?
Yes, I wanted to add a for February NASB Zoom plus constituent and superintendent calls for salary.
Did you hear that, Peggy? Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Anything else? In that case, a motion would be in order to approve travel. Somebody raise your hand. Ben and Janet. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, motion carries unanimously. Committee reports. Do we have additional information from our legislative liaisons?
I have a report, and one of the things that I suggested that you all do, and Peggy has sent you a copy of our testimony. If you have some opportunity to talk to legislators, whether they be a senator or whether they be a representative, I would suggest that you might read those pieces of testimony and use the portion in it. My testimony has, our testimony has an explanation of what the bill does, and then it also talks about the points, either why we're a proponent. Some of them were neutral because we didn't actually include those in our priorities, but we thought that it wasn't a bad bill, so we talked about the positive things regarding that bill. And those that we were opponents, we tell you why we're opposing. So you can use those as talking points as you contact the legislators, particularly those that are in your district that you serve, because you have common constituency. So anyway, if you have questions about anything, Ben or I can certainly help answer those questions as well. So thank you for all of your involvement, and I'll say that ahead of time. I think there were 11 bills we wrote testimony on at this point. And when we include Jim's, that may be up to 12, but I haven't been keeping track of the number as much as just the number of the bill. And 1 week we wrote, what, about 6 or 7 bills?
We wrote 7 over last weekend, yeah.
Testimony for the, we didn't write the bill, we wrote the testimony for it. So it was quite a weekend for Ben, I think. But thank you for all of your efforts as well. It's together we can hopefully help the legislators see a little different viewpoint.
Thank you for your efforts, and glad we're keeping you out of trouble, keeping you busy and out of trouble. Anything to add, Ben?
Dina does a really good job as a taskmaster on the weekends, especially working those. I took a weekend away last weekend, and I spent most of it working on testimony. But Dina does a really good job, and I do want to compliment her on teaching me a lot in a short amount of time. What to say, what not to say, and how to say it more effectively in terms of that. And again, if I want to reiterate Dina's point, you all have my cell phone number, call, text, whatever. If you have questions about a bill, Dina and I are at your disposal. We work with the legislators, but we also like to communicate with you guys as well. Some issues, if you have concerns about something, you can let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Dina or Ben? If not, communications, Melanie and Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had our first meeting in January, and it was decided that is the same as in years past, we're going to again produce a series of postcards that will be delivered to lawmakers. And so the information will follow the same format. We're updating the content, and we've got the help of the communications team here at KSDE. And there is a meeting tomorrow, and so we will be meeting with the legislative liaisons and Dr. Watson, and we will have an update then. So I have not submitted anything in writing because we should have a draft postcard to submit to the board this week.
Okay, thank you. Anything to add, Jim?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Governor's Council, we saw part of that. I'm on the committee for early childhood. Which committee are you on, Jim? Or have they assigned you yet?
Yeah, they assigned it, but I don't remember what it. Don't remember the title.
I think we.
The one that reported today.
So you take credit for all
I
that.
apologize.
So, yeah. Well, we spent a lot of time with the Governor's Council, so I think we'll just pass on that. School redesign, Ann and Betty.
I put a report in your folder on redesign, what we did. But for those of you who really want to stay up with redesign, learn more about it, if you're not getting the department newsletter that comes out every month, I'd make sure they know that you want it, and there's information there who to contact and to get on that list, because it's very informative about what's going on with all our redesigned schools.
Okay, thank you. Mark, it's your turn.
At the risk of denying the policy committee an opportunity to have a lunch meeting, I explained to you that I would share my interpretation of the board policy with regard to the question that you posed earlier in the meeting about consent agenda. And the consent agenda is intended for routine procedural and non-controversial action items that are then placed on the consent agenda. Typically, HR personnel issues that are done within the normal course of the agency. Those don't show up as much, but things that are contractual and more routine procedural and non-controversial action. The agenda is prepared by the board chair, and the advice that I've given over the years related to the consent agenda is that if one person objects or requests that information be discussed or disagrees that should be approved, that it would just take one board member to remove something from the consent agenda. And the underlying premise there is that if you're going to add something to the agenda or take board action, you're going to have a motion and a second. And if you require more than one person to move and second and take action to remove, then the will of the majority is going to control what the consent agenda is. So your board policy 1010 discusses the operation of the State Board of Education and its governance process. At page 15, or excuse me, page 16, it describes the consent agenda. There was a sentence added to the last paragraph of subpart F related to information. If there is an item about which a board member disagrees or believes the item requires discussion, then a request is made at the beginning of the board meeting during the approval of the agenda to pull that item from the consent agenda. So my conclusory advice is that it would just take one board member to request, and then there's additional language in there about if you have information that you're asking for more information, try to get that submitted to the agency or the person who can answer that prior to the board meeting. Otherwise, it holds up the discussion of all those items that are agreed to on the consent. And I guess we didn't discuss this, but I heard you make a comment, and I guess I'll raise it as for a discussion purpose and educational purpose related to the Open Meetings Act. You indicated that you would solicit input from board members through text and through the commissioner, and I would I guess publicly caution you against that because of the potential for creating open records requests related to all of your text messages that might occur during the meeting. I mean, it's commonplace for board members to text and conduct business during the affairs, but since you've announced publicly that that's going to be the procedure and it relates to specific issues that are being discussed and debated by the board, before you break, I would urge the chair to come up with an alternative procedure for
Do you have a
fielding
suggested
those.
alternative procedure?
I think the way I heard the conversation was that you wanted to be, you wanted to not conceal, but to put the questions in a neutral way, not necessarily have attribution to an individual board member. So I would say in that case, probably the best procedure that I could come up with would be just to submit those to you in writing, pass them down, and retain those. The secretary, or the board secretary retains notes and things of the meeting, and that way, if they're requested, you have a hard copy, and you can accomplish the same objective that you're trying to without opening yourself up to an open records request.
Makes sense to me. So let me reiterate. A consent agenda, any one of us since the consent assumes unanimity, any one of us can pull one off.
One board member requesting at that beginning, when that question is posed, one board member could pull any item from the consent, and then you would take that up separately.
And that, and if we, and if some, so that's the consent agenda. But on the regular agenda, if somebody wanted to either remove an item or add an item to the consent agenda before it's approved, that would require a motion, second, and approval of the entire body.
That is true. There are a couple considerations there. One being, you made reference to it earlier in the day, and it's present in your policies that not only do you have something on the agenda, but you further describe whether or not it's an information or an action item. So, adding it to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting would require some screening, if you will, as to whether it's information, action, or discussion. There's really no specific, statute or Robert's rule as to that issue of the agenda. Typically, the board chair determines the agenda, so there is some flexibility that should be included when a board member wants to add something to the agenda, to recognize that and have the entire body debate it and consider whether it should be something that would be added to the agenda, given all the time constraints and the other issues of the board.
And thank you, because I understood every word you said. And that's Are there requests for future agenda items? I have been, Michelle. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Jim, didn't you ask about dyslexia in the future? Yeah, to be on future, just more dialogue and more questions about. Oh, I'm sorry? An update, yep.
Yeah, one of the things that's happening today, I think, is that Craig talked about the appeal. One of those appeals is the request for a dyslexia coordinator, and that's one of the things that's being appealed and discussed today. And that's sort of really important for us to get that done. So we should know prior to next meeting at least about that, and then it'll kind of be able to re-energize what we're doing. But yeah, we can do that. At this time, we have a request to act on the upgrades of the navigating change document, and I'm going to ask Randy to remind us of what we're voting on here.
Because this can be very confusing, you probably already compute navigating change and navigating next. You shouldn't have called it so close. So this is not navigating next. This is not the money that's tomorrow. That's the 2 hour. This is the gating criteria to open middle schools and high schools, the recommendation from the medical professionals to add that as guidance. Thank you. And so I'll just remind you, it's all of these things as guidance, which then leads to the top part of this document now saying, even if your county is in red, if you do those things as recommended, you could keep middle schools and high schools open. So I guess as simple as I can put it. And that recommendation comes to you again from the medical professionals that advise us.
Ben.
There it goes. Does it also include the testing protocols you presented this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And again, they would work with either the county or KDHE can ship those Buy Next cards right to them. I mean, we have They have thousands that they can distribute. Plenty to do every school, they've told me.
Ann,
Thank you. It's the testing thing gives my superintendent's heartburn. And it wasn't clear to me from what we saw this morning, how often do just regular students get tested?
Regular students do not get tested on a regular basis,
Okay, because I thought that
unless
was
the
on
local
there.
school.
It's just the athletes.
Students in sports,
Uh-huh.
choir, high activities where that could be spread further, and then students that might have an after-school job that works in a high-risk area.
Okay.
But general population, no, unless the local school board wanted to go
And-
beyond that, which that would be fine.
Is it mandatory or voluntary for the students? Because I thought we couldn't mandate a student take a test.
The guidance would have any student that's out for an activity to do that, because that's a voluntary activity. All other students would have to be voluntary.
Well, they're having a big discussion in Lawrence about it, and people were saying, and I don't know, that the CDC said you couldn't mandate that a student take a test. Do we know about that?
Well, I mean, I could look over to Mark. Activities have generally been found in court to be a voluntary activity. There's no right to that. You have a right to your education. So there's all kinds of things that school boards do, including drug testing athletes, that they don't do with the student population. So our guidance would be those students in high-risk activities in school, which are wrestling, basketball, choir, would be tested twice a week. The local school board would have to develop a policy on that. And I do know that this does put a great burden on superintendents, but I want to again emphasize to you how this comes to you. It doesn't come to you with a political of what's easy or what's not. It comes to you by saying the medical professionals that we put together have said, we're trying to keep schools open, and we're trying to give you what we think is the lowest risk possible to do that. So that's what we've done, and it would be guidance.
Do you realistically think that a school of 2,000 could actually meet that and be back in all at once, or is hybrid about the best we could expect?
I think, Ann, it would depend on other facilities that they may have to use, or they probably would stay in hybrid.
this is not mandatory.
You have no authority,
Everything that
Mr.
we
Chairman.
do is guidance that is typically ignored. Would that be an accurate statement?
It's
Maybe
it's
used
usually
partially.
it's usually yes, it's usually partially used or altered. I wouldn't say it's totally ignored.
Okay.
Most districts use it in some capacity, but most districts do not use it entirely.
Okay. Other questions? A question came up today. Somebody asked the question about, do kids have an opportunity, say those kids that are medically fragile, do they have the opportunity to remain in remote even if the school goes back? And I can tell you that I've had over the last month about 4 or 5 calls from parents who were very concerned because they did fear sending their kid back to school. This is the opposite of what we've heard from everybody else. And the school was not going to give them the remote option. These were some smaller rural schools that were not going to give them the remote option. So that's the kind of the other side of that coin.
So I'm going to go back what seems to be decades ago to last March. And then in the summer when you came out with the first navigating change guidance. And I'm going to look at Melanie and Michelle because this thing got used in different ways. The guidance was any student that didn't feel safe in school should have the option to go remote, and we developed all kinds of guidance to do that. What school districts did at that time, this is back in the spring, sent out and said, survey, do you want to come to school or do you want to be remote, so that we know? Then what happened is county health and school districts shut down entirely, and parents said, I thought I had an option. Does that make sense? And so it got a little muddied. Your guidance, Mr. Porter, would still be that any student and parent that wants to be remote through the pandemic would have that option. That has not changed from day one. Now, a district could choose not to, but that guidance is still there. Any student that does not feel safe until the governor removes the emergency of the pandemic should have the option to be remote, and they are compensated for that, and there's full guidelines for that to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that that is something that I've heard several times, and my statement to them is that we recommend just what you said, that those students that are, I would encourage, as we adopt this, I would encourage boards to take this into consideration, and also the consideration of options for their most unvaccinated vulnerable employees. But that's just Jim. That's not part of the process. Is there a motion to approve this recommendation? Janet? Move to accept the updates to the Navigate Change document reflecting changes to the new information since the State Board approval of December the 8th. Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconded the motion. Is there further discussion? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. Yes, I will. I move to accept, this is Janet's words exactly. I move to accept updates to the Navigating Change document reflecting changes in new information since State Board approval on December 8th, which is exactly what they just told us.
Could I ask a question?
You certainly may.
If I understood you correctly, you were talking about at risk, like basketball and football, being that kids would have to be tested every 2 weeks. Is that what I heard? That has not been, I'm pretty sure that has not been the guidance of Keisha. So is that just so that schools can have kids in school all day? Yes. Is that the purpose?
Yes, it's not to play sports. It's to, the purpose of the testing is to remove from the general population students or adults that are asymptomatic and may be spreading without knowing it, thus reducing the likelihood of closing schools.
So so is everyone being tested or just students? Who are we testing?
The recommendation is to test 2 times a week students participating in contact or indoor sports, choir, cheerleading, band, orchestra, or drama theater.
So this is a recommendation or must occur?
No, it's guidance to school districts, recommendation. There's no mandate.
So it's up to the school district whether they follow that guidance or not?
Yes.
And this does not change the fact that the decisions for a local school will be made by the local school district or the health department in that county.
That is correct. This is the guidance that the medical team that we put together from day one says we believe open schools and get you the lowest risk. That's what they've tried to marry.
So it's
And
sort
to be
of
an agree-
like the gating criteria. Some school districts decided to follow it to the letter and others chose to do something different.
It is exactly right, Dina. It's altering the current gating criteria
I
to allow
just
middle school and high
wanted to
schools.
clarify that because I will get a lot of pushback from many districts in my district.
Well, Dina, if this was easy, anybody could do it. So.
And you will too.
Okay, now
Anyway, I'll vote yes.
are we ready to vote? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed? Ab- What number did you come up with? Okay, opposed and abstain? We will reconvene at 9 o'clock in the morning. I have invited Representative Hubert to come for the first presentation tomorrow, which is about civic engagement, and hopefully that he will, and then we'll continue the discussion with him thereafter. We are in recess until 9 o'clock in the morning. No, we're not. I have been contacted by a Marine recruiter, and he would like to kind of explain to us what their options are. And he was talking about virtual and not necessarily at a meeting. And so I need to know. And so what we would do is set up about 3 Zoom meetings because we have to stay at 4 or below with the recruiters, and it'll only take probably 30 minutes. Is everybody willing to participate in that? So we'll put out some Zoom, some polls to find out some times, and I'll contact the recruiter then.
I was smiling at Gene to see if the Air Force got equal time, right?
Well, and one of the things we're talking about is, because I talked to Jean about this at lunch and told her that it would be everybody but the Air Force. But we may at some point then, out of the growth of this, may want to invite the recruiters of the area to come and give them 10 minutes each to talk about what they have, and be open like that. But he reached out. The military does have options for our kids. And I think I recommend that it's worth our time to pursue this. And I would encourage us to do so, but nobody has to. This is not a regular meeting and nobody has to. And so we'll send out some doodle polls or something like that to figure out how to arrange it. And we may have, and there are 2 different recruiters because one of them is responsible for Oklahoma and southern Kansas, and the other one is Nebraska and northern Kansas. And so we'll have to work out some logistics, but we can do it virtually. Now, we are in recess till 9 o'clock in the morning.